Good evening and welcome to Derby Date Night. We are coming to you live on Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you. We'll be streaming 2 out-of-this-world matchups for you tonight. So whether you are with the Resistance or the Empire, get ready for an epic battle for galactic supremacy. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and you've got me on the microphone with all the Derby play-by-play action. And of course, Star Wars puns and jokes to keep you laughing or groaning. Coming from the dark side is Sirius Lee, serving as technical director and using the magic of the Force to make our stream happen. We have left our young Padawans, OMG and LOL, home for the day to take care of our small Yoda-like dog who is training them in the way of the canine. We also want to give a big welcome to all of our third wheels in the chat. I can already see you chatting in there, and I can't wait to chat with you all tonight. You can find us here on YouTube and also on Instagram and Facebook. Like and subscribe to find out where you can join us next. But enough about us. Let's get to the reason you are here today. You are joining us now for the first of 2 games between the home team of Circle City Roller Derby and the visiting team of South Shore Roller Derby from south of Chicago. In this Midwest matchup, it's anyone's game. In the North America Northeast rankings, Circle City is currently 36th, while South Shore is ranked 51st. The last time these 2 teams played each other was pre-pandemic, with Circle City coming out on top. A couple years ago, South Shore played Circle City's B team, Party Crashers, in a nail-biter of a game with a final score of only 2 points between these 2 teams. We are on week 5 of 6 weeks in a row of live streaming. You can find us right back here again next Saturday for Naptown's home opener versus Vet City. And on Sunday, we'll be in Fort Wayne to stream their home opener and celebrate Mother's Day with a Derby date. With that being said, let's introduce you to who you are going to be seeing tonight. We have the visiting team, the South Shore Runaways. We've got 007, Shannon Ball, 01, Hardcore Candy, 10, Farrell's in charge, 1020, Dex Bomb, 13, Maniacs, 1395, Legs Benedict, 22, Demonica, 223, Raygun, 23, Killer Tofu, 3, Tinosaurus Rex, 317, Wild Child, 555, Heather Skelter, 789, H-Face Killa, 83, Creep It Low. Coaches are Machete Page, Intimidation, Coach Payne, and Senorita Scaria. For the Circle City Socialites home team, 10 is Andy, 123 is Diamond, 18 Flipper, 24 Banana Jamma, 312 Vivi, 317 Kimbo Slicer, 383 Frau Blocker, 39 Half Pint of Dynamite, 5202 Serotonin, 522 Lego Blocks, 666 Beauty the Beastly, 765 Battison, 789 Goldie Braun, 84 Wham Bam, 856 Iggy Impalia. Circle City is coached by Eric Hillman, Crash Bandoops, and Tina's Toy Box. We've only got 30 seconds until this game begins. Excited to have you all here for another Derby Date Night. And don't worry, I've got my energy drink. I'm ready to go. All right, lining up on the line for our first jam of the night is 24 Banana Jamma, who is going to be jamming against Shannon Ball from South Shore. I'm going to learn the team that we're playing at some point, I promise. South Shore. That whistle means we've got 30 seconds until the Derby action. This place is packed and it is hot. Well, luckily we have a fan on us to keep us cool, but hopefully you are keeping cool wherever you are watching from tonight. That whistle means the game has begun. Banana Jamma jumping back and forth to start pulling that pack away. Shannon Ball trying to push through the infamous Circle City tripod. Banana Jamma getting called on a track cut. So this is now a power jam for South Shore and Shannon Ball. Shannon Ball is trying to pull this pack apart. Looks like we've got Diamond and Wham that Shannon Ball is going to have to get past. And she is Diamond pushing Shannon Ball out to the outside and bringing her all the way back. South Shore's blockers ready to keep Diamond from going too far back. Banana Jamma is now standing in the penalty box and will be re-entering, and is now re-entering. So she is now back in play. Shannon Ball is lead jammer, so she was able to pass everyone, but was not what got swallowed up by the pack again. So she is still in the pack. Oh no, she took off that star, which means she passed it to the pivot, H-Face Killa. H-Face Killa is now the jammer for South Shore because that pivot was taken off during that jam, and that lead jammer status was lost. So this jam will go the full 2 minutes. H-Face Killa is getting pushed out to the outside by Andy, who's going to take her back. Banana Jamma, meanwhile, has scored 4 points and is now on her second scoring pass, coming into the pack right now, making eye contact with Diamond, who looks like she's going to try to open up some space. Unfortunately, Banana Jamma took a hit out to the outside and is being forced to recycle, as H-Face Killa is pulling that pack to the front, but is also being forced to recycle. Banana Jamma, finding some space in the middle, is able to get out of the pack and grab 4 more points for Circle City. And that is 2 minutes. Whew, I'm already tired, and that was just the first jam. Score is 8-4. A big shout out, thank you to Mr. Baruz Guy, who has gotten us some penalty tracking. So you'll notice at the top of your screen when the jam begins that you will see a running ticker of who has penalties and where they're at and what those penalties were for. So thanks to Mr. Baruz Guy, we've got some super extra stats today, and we're excited to have those. All right. We have got a lead jammer of Beauty the Beastly. Iggy Impalia going to the box. Heather Skelter is jamming for South Shore, getting pushed to the outside, and looks like we did have a star pass to Legs Benedict, who is the pivot for South Shore, who's holding the star in her hand, as Beauty the Beastly is pulling that pack apart on a scoring pass right now. Legs Benedict is out of the pack. Beauty the Beastly just has to get past one more South Shore skater and is able to do so to grab another 4 points, bringing the total to 8. Iggy Impalia coming out of the penalty box to clear that thing up while Beauty the Beastly calls the jam. Bethley, isn't that some good-looking EPLT? We used it for the junior game earlier, and it was wonderful. All right, number 3 lining up for South Shore. That is Tinosaurus Rex lining up against Battison for Circle City. Battison getting pushed to the inside and being recycled by Hardcore Candy, while Tinosaurus Rex is trying to pull that pack apart in the front, but is going to have to get past Wham Bam Andy and Diamond, which is a hard thing to do. Battison is back on the track and working to push her way through, up on her toe stops, pulls apart that pack and grabs that lead jammer for Circle City Roller Derby. Tinosaurus Rex past the star, and H-Face Killa is now our jammer again. Diamond with the big hit to the outside. She is trying to pull H-Face Killa all the way back, but South Shore caught on and stopped Diamond before she could get too far. Battison just sailing through for 4 points for Circle City. Battison approaching the pack again on another scoring pass. Getting pushed to the outside there and pulled to the back by Hardcore Candy. H-Face Killa working and pushing against Diamond, just using every single bit of power and force that she has to try and get past. Wham Bam has come up to join Diamond now. H-Face Killa working hard to try and stay in bounds. Whew. And that is the end of the jam. H-Face Killa worked so hard there. Serious, Simon is asking, what do we use for our overlay? He's not saying any words to me, so I think it's complicated. Simon, he can also send you a message later and let you know. But I think it's something that is with the scoreboard software. It's just kind of like it's somehow an overlay within the scoreboard software. Yeah? Okay, he nodded. Yes, I think I'm correct. Banana Jamma jamming for Circle City. Iggy pulling back Heather Skelter of South Shore, who is jamming. Rita is out and approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Heather Skelter is also out and eligible to score, but that pack is moving fast, and Rita is Banana Jamma, not Rita. She keeps changing her name, but today it's Banana Jamma. So Banana Jamma is going to call that before South Shore can score any points. Beauty the Beastly lining up for Circle City. And 007 Shannon Ball on the line for South Shore. All right, we are back into the action here. Beauty the Beastly kind of moving from side to side. Shannon Ball looking for some space, getting pulled back. Beauty the Beastly trying to do a jump around, but getting pulled all the way to the back by a South Shore blocker there. As Shannon Ball is trying to get around Diamond. Beauty the Beastly finding space on the inside with a big push to Hardcore Candy, trying to push through. Gets pushed to the outside. Hardcore Candy takes a big hit from Andy as she's pulling back Beauty the Beastly. Shannon Ball is stuck in a Circle City tripod as Beauty the Beastly finds some space on the inside to get out and become lead jammer. That was like a 3 on third turn. Shannon Ball has been working so hard, getting pulled back right now by Wham Bam, has the star off, so might be looking for a pivot to pass to. Beauty the Beastly getting pushed to the inside. Looking for some space, a little bit of a tangle up there. And Beauty the Beastly decides to call the jam. Oh, Simon said he figured he'd learn from the best. He's considering getting a small streaming setup. Simon, I know Sirius would be happy to chat with you at some point about that. If you wanna reach out to us, he'd be happy to give you any advice that you'd like. I'm just volunteering him for that. So he gave me a thumbs up, so he agrees. That's awesome. We would love to inspire other people to be able to do streaming, especially since we can't be everywhere, and we hope that there could be more live roller derby all over the place for people to watch. Yeah, I agree in the chat. No one can budge Andy. Absolutely true. Tinosaurus Rex grabbing lead jammer status for South Shore. Iggy Impalia grabbing the star for Circle City after the star was passed. About half a lap behind Tinosaurus Rex, who is in the pack, got through and called the jam. That was the cutest thing at the end of the jam. Goldie Braun looked at Tinosaurus Rex and was like, that was a really good job getting through there. So giving encouragement to the opposite team, always loving to see it. So cute. Dawn Dyer staying up late here in Germany to cheer on my niece Andy. That is so awesome, Dawn. We're so glad that we're able to get to you all the way in Germany. So cool. Sehr gut. The one language I speak is German. If you say any other language, I'm sorry for those of you in other countries, but Germany, Switzerland, I got you. Banana Jamma is your lead jammer for Circle City, and Heather Skelter is jamming for South Shore. Heather has the star in hand, getting pushed to the outside and being recycled to the back as Banana Jamma comes around on her first scoring pass. She's juking to the inside, looking to zigzag through that pack. And she does so, getting out of the pack. Heather Skelter has slowed down a little bit, taking stock of things and getting called on a track cut there. So she will be headed to the penalty box as jammer for South Shore, as Banana Jamma is coming through on another scoring pass, she decides to call the jam, which will freeze South Shore in the penalty box. Oh yes, Simon, I also speak English. So for our friends in Australia and New Zealand and England, I think that I don't know if I can do an accent. But I do speak English. English and German, those are my languages. And a little bit of what? Sirius goes, and she's okay at English, just okay. I try my best. Beauty the Beastly jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Heather Skelter for South Shore. Ooh, Iggy Impalio with a big hit on, I think it was a blocker from South Shore, just kind of pushing her out of the way there. Beauty the Beastly is your lead jammer for Circle City. Getting pulled all the way back there by Creep It Low. Heather Skelter is standing in the penalty box, is now out of the penalty box. And a track cut has been called on Beauty the Beastly, which means this is a great opportunity for Heather Skelter and South Shore Roller Derby. Heather Skelter is through the pack. This jam will go 2 minutes, it looks like, because we don't have a lead jammer. All right, Heather Skelter through the pack for 4 points for South Shore. I'm noticing a good number of South Shore people who have come to cheer on their skaters here in the audience. That's fabulous. I think I've seen some in the chat too. Heather Skelter is on her second scoring pass now. Beauty the Beastly is out of the penalty box and has rejoined the pack. Squeaking through on that inside line to pick up 4 points for Circle City. Heather Skelter took a little tumble as she came out of the pack there, but was able to get up and keep going before Circle City could pull her back into that pack. Beauty the Beastly trying to push apart South Shore as much as she can, getting a little bit slowed down in the pack this time. Heather Skelter also now in the pack, both jammers on scoring passes. And that jam will end. South Shore outscoring Circle City by 3 points in that jam. Oh my gosh, we're already almost halfway through the first half. This has gone really fast. It feels like it's been going for like 5 minutes, but I guess we are almost halfway through the first half. Do not worry, though. We have a whole nother half and then a whole nother game after this. So we'll be around for quite a while tonight. Battison jamming for Circle City and Shannon Ball for South Shore. Battison grabbing lead jammer for Circle City. Shannon Ball is finding some space on the outside, coming to the inside. Battison entering the pack on her first scoring pass. Shannon Ball getting stuck behind a Circle City tripod. I feel like I need to come up with a name for the Circle City tripod. Like, that thing it's the triangle of death. It really is. It's the Circle City triangle of death. It's so hard to get around. Star pass has happened while Battison has scored 4 more points. As the star has been passed to Legs Benedict, who is now the jammer for South Shore. Legs almost out, manages to stay in after a hit from Diamond. No easy feat there, but actually did not. Got a track cut called there and will be headed to the Skyblocker Ranch, which is where our penalty box is tonight for our Star Wars Day game. So this will be a power jam for Circle City and Banana Jamma. Referees taking a second to just consult and make sure they're all on the same page, which is always good. All right, as we begin, Banana Jamma. Oh, beautiful. Izzy and Vivi clearing out that inside line so Banana Jamma can come through pretty much untouched to grab lead jammer. Coming around on her first scoring pass, takes a hit to the outside from the South Shore blockers, trying to juke to the inside, is able to get through to grab 4 points for Circle City here. Legs Benedict, standing in the penalty box, is now exited the penalty box and is entering on her initial pass, so not able to score points yet. Banana Jam getting pushed to the outside and forced to recycle to the back as Legs Benedict is just past a trio of blockers. Nope, she had to go back, and she is trying to get through the middle as much as she can. Circle City doing some really good recycling to the front there. Everybody's all kind of mashed up. Star Pass has happened from Legs Benedict to H-Face Killa, who is taking a second to kind of think and reset before trying to get through this tripod here. All right, Circle City doing some good reverse waterfalling to pull H-Face Killa all the way back to turn 2. Banana having some trouble staying in. She thought she stayed all the way in, so it's a reverse power jam now. What do we call those? Oh, Kimbo would know. She remembers they call them some sort of shenanigans. Somebody from Circle City in the chat might know. When you have two power jams for both teams during a one jam. Shenana jam, thank you. It's a shenana jam. Good job, Sirius. H-Face Killa working so hard to try and get past this pack. Has got to get past Goldie and Kimbo, who are not going to make it easy. Banana coming back from the box. The jam ends, and that will be it for that jam. 11 points scored by Circle City in that one. For those who have not joined us before, we volunteer to do this. We do get donations from the teams who host us and also from you all out there, our third wheels in the chat. So we appreciate any super chats that you are willing and able to send our way. We use it for things like to help with our equipment and to help with our travel and all of those fun things that can help us keep streaming around the Midwest and hopefully someday beyond. So we appreciate any support that we ever can get from all of you, and we love doing what we do, and hopefully we make Derby a more fun place for all of you as well. Battison, while I was talking, got lead jammer and now just got 4 points. So just like that, 1, 2, 3, 4 for Battison and Circle City. Tinosaurus Rex is currently trying to get through for South Shore Roller Derby. She's got 2 Circle City blockers to get through. Battison coming through the pack and calling the jam. Timeout is being called by South Shore. So since we have a timeout, part of Derby Date Night, if you have not enjoyed our streams before, is we have always got the best or worst jokes that you've ever heard, depending upon your opinion and how much you like really corny jokes. But today, since it is May the 4th be with you, all of our jokes are brought to you by the Star Wars galaxy. So here's a couple jokes for you, Sirius. What sound does Padme's ghost make? Naboo. What is Emperor Palpatine's favorite baked good? I don't know if I get this one. A chocolate Coruscant? Do you understand it? Okay, I should probably vet these beforehand. But I like to be surprised too. What does the Jedi Council use as a company car? A toy Yoda. I like that one. What is Darth Vader's favorite food? A Sith kebab. Okay, and finally, what is Maz's favorite food? Taco Dono Bell? I think these are very niche Star Wars jokes. All right, back to the Derby. Rogue with the super chat. Thank you so much. And you are definitely going to get lots of Derby corny jokes. Beauty the Beastly, lead jammer for Circle City. Shannon Ball jamming for... Oh, looks like Shannon... What is happening? There's a lot of confusion. There was an attempted star pass, and the pivot for South Shore reported to the box, and then... Okay, I'm trying to figure out what happened. Shannon Ball is still jamming. No one went to the penalty box. It was just an illegal star pass, so all that the pivot had to do was hand the star back. They did not need to report to the box. Now a star pass has happened. And the pivot for South Shore, Legs Benedict, is now the jammer of record for South Shore. In the meantime, Beauty the Beastly has scored 8 points and just scored 4 more to make it 12. Legs Benedict getting pulled to the back and trying to reset things. Oh, Simon says chocolate croissant, chocolate coruscant. Croissant. I'm not French either. Okay. Legs Benedict trying to get through. These Circle City walls are so tough. So tough. Beauty the Beastly coming in on her 5th scoring pass, getting pulled to the back by Hardcore Candy. Legs Benedict trying to find some space, not able to find it. Jam gets called. I think 16 points for Beauty the Beastly in that last jam. Great job, Beauty. Rogue, that was also your first Super Chat. So congratulations for doing your first Super Chat and for giving your first Super Chat to Derby Date Night. We appreciate you so much. And we can't wait to see you tomorrow morning. Those of you who are in and around the Muncie area, a surprise pop-up of Burning River and Corn-Fed Roller Derby will be playing tomorrow morning at Gibson's Arena at 10 a.m. If you want to come, and you can watch me NSO, which is not super exciting to just watch me do scorekeeping, but it's exciting for me. And will be a great game as Burning River is coming to visit Corn-Fed in a burnt corn matchup is what we like to call it. When Burning River and Corn-Fed meet, that equals burnt corn, one of our favorite matchups and a fun team to play. Simon says, Coruscant is a planet-wide city in the Star Wars universe. Oh, Simon, you are going to love my jokes tonight. You can translate the ones that I don't understand. All right, it is so hot in here. I hope that you guys at home are getting air conditioning. Oh, everybody in the chat is so excited about burnt corn. I love it. Well, I can be excited now, but tomorrow, since I'll be NSOing, I have to be very neutral. But I'll be excited in my heart. Don't worry, everyone. You know that I always will. All right, is this a team timeout or an official timeout? I'm not paying attention because I'm just busy talking to the chat. I guess it's an official timeout. It does not look like an official review is being used. So I'm going to run over and find out exactly what is going on. Just a second. Okay, so there was an illegal Star Pass penalty that was received. And they were supposed to go to the box, but you know how I said they weren't supposed to go to the box? Well, they were supposed to go to the box. So they are being sent to the box now as the pivot. So South Shore will start with a pivot in the box, but there is no unsub being received because everybody was confused. So no one was being insubordinate. Hopefully that made sense to all of you, but that is what that official timeout was all about. So South Shore will start this next jam down a pivot. And it looks like we've got Heather Skelter lined up for South Shore and Banana Jamma lined up for Circle City. And since I have my new penalties that I get to see here, I'm going to look at our little penalty board, and I'm going to see that we have one South Shore skater who has 2 penalties, and that's the highest they've got so far. And we have 2 Circle City players who also have 2 penalties. So nobody looking too dangerous with the penalties here. If you get 7, you are done for the game. So it's important to watch your penalties, and we are about we've got less than 10 minutes left in this first half, so this is a pretty low scoring, low penalty game so far, really. Scooby Ray with the, oh my gosh, thank you so much, Scooby Ray, for all of your support with a super chat. Great game, and shout out to my sister Andy. Yesterday was her birthday. Happy birthday, Andy. Andy and I talked for a little bit earlier. She was here to watch the juniors game. And Scooby likes my jokes. Serious? See, great jokes. I love it. Yeah, Andy actually did run camera a little bit for us during the juniors game as well. So thank you for your support, and I'm glad that we can give you good jokes and hopefully some really good derby. I know your sister just had an amazing hit over there between turns 2 and 3 too. And the extended delay was to make sure that we had all of the counts right and that the score was correct and all of that good stuff. Thank you so much for the super chats. We really appreciate you all and love to bring you Derby Date Night and hopefully a good community too while you join us as the third wheel on our dates. Lead Jammer going quickly to Banana Jamma. Andy, speaking of Andy, pulling back Heather Skelter, who is jamming for South Shore. Heather has the star off, getting a push out by Andy, pulled back all the way back as Banana is coming around on her second scoring pass here. Just running straight through the middle of the pack. Oh, that was a hard fall there as the pivot for South Shore was coming out of the box, legs Benedict, but Heather Skelter was able to get out of the pack. And Banana Jam is looking to the bench to decide whether or not she's going to call it. She is going to call it, but not before bringing Circle City to over 100 points with less than 9 minutes left in this first half. Half Pint of Dynamite taking the star for the first time in this game. She will be jamming against Tinosaurus Rex from South Shore. You know, we are above 100, so I can do one quick one because I like to do them at the 50 and the 100. What is Jawa's favorite mode of transportation? Mos Espos? Espas? I don't know. Regardless, Half Pint of Dynamite is lead jammer. And Tinosaurus Rex is headed to the box, so this is a power jam for Half Pint of Dynamite, who just got another 4 points for Circle City and is racing around the track here. Oh, beautiful little toe stops to get around 2 blockers and keep going. Half Pint of Dynamite was actually in the juniors game earlier today. She just aged up from juniors, so I think today was her last game for IJRD. The juniors were victorious. It was a very close game between the two teams, and Half Pint of Dynamite played a lot in that game, and clearly she's killing it in this game too, so great job to Half Pint of Dynamite. That was a 12-point jam for Half Pint of Dynamite. Okay, one more joke. How did Vader know what Luke got him for Father's Day? He could sense his presence. Oh, come on, serious. That's good. You got to laugh. That was a good one. Oh, he's groaning. He's groaning. I liked it. That was the last home sanctioned for Half Pint. Okay, so there might still be an away. I think there's also like playoffs, right, for juniors? All right, Beauty the Beastly jamming for Circle City, and Demonica taking the star for the first time for South Shore. Beauty the Beastly is lead jammer for Circle City. Demonica able to get, Diamond with the late hit out to the outside is going to pull Demonica all the way back. Oh, she worked so hard for that one too. Beauty the Beastly is through for 4 points for Circle City. Ooh, Andy with the big hit on Shannon Ball after Shannon Ball took the star pass. Shannon Ball now holding the star for South Shore. We've got about 5 minutes left in this half. And somebody lost something. Is that part of a skate that someone's holding? Oh no, it's the part of your wrist guard that goes on your like palm. That this. I'm pointing at it, but none of you in the chat can see me. But it's the. Yeah, the refs are all pointing at their hands too, just like I was. But she lost the hard plastic part that goes on your palm from your wrist guard. I don't know how that would come off. I don't know that I've ever seen that part come off. Beauty the Beastly jamming for Circle City. And Tinosaurus Rex is lead jammer for South Shore Roller Derby. Beauty the Beastly is currently, I believe, in the box. So this is a power jam for South Shore. Ooh, she almost made it through there. Iggy Impalia with great awareness pushing Tinosaurus Rex to the inside. Official timeout is being called. And we are just under 5 minutes left. Oh, they do need new gear. Blurred is saying they need new gear now because they can't. I mean, they either have to fix it or somebody needs to go find them a wrist guard. I know with Cornfed we've got a whole Tupperware bin filled with gear. If you ever need it. Brian Davis, I'm late to the game. Go Batty. Batty's been doing really well so far in this game. Okay, since we have an official timeout and they're discussing things, you know what that means. Why isn't Leia married in A New Hope? She's been looking for love in Alderaan places. I like that one. Why did the Millennium Falcon arrive at the Rebel base late? It had to take an R2 detour. Wah, wah. That one was pretty bad. Beep, boop, beep, boop. We need a R2D2 sound. How does Han Solo like to start his day? With a hot cup of Jabba. Get it? Get it? Jabba the Hutt? I really wanted to spend all day today, Sirius, just telling you I love you. But they're not going to be able to hear you answer and say, I know. Because I feel like that's just us. I love you. I know. Thanks, Ego. I get a top-tier jokes from Ego. Yeah. Love it. All right, here we go again. Beauty the Beastly jamming for Circle City and Heather Skelter for South Shore. Both jammers trying to find space. Beauty the Beastly pulling to the front first. Penalty. Ooh, what is this penalty? I forget. The penalty where your hand is flat and your other hand is like a chopstick. It goes chop, chop. What penalty is that? One hand is flat and the other one is a chop, chop penalty. Oh, another jammer penalty on Heather Skelter. That one's a track cut. I know that symbol. Han Solo starts his day with a shot. Han shot first. I love it. Beauty the Beastly is out of the box now and back in the pack for Circle City. Heather Skelter is out of the box as well. So there is no lead jammer here, which means we're going to go for 56 more seconds because there's no lead jammer and you have to go the whole 2 minutes when there's nobody to call it off. Heather Skelter has the star off, but is still the jammer for South Shore, getting pushed to the inside. Beauty the Beastly trying to find some help. Takes a little tumble and has taken a second to get up. Heather Skelter is able to get around Diamond at the front to get through, but that was still the initial pass. So that was just being able to earn the opportunity to score points. Heather Skelter is now in a scoring position. Beauty the Beastly trying to get through at the front of the pack. She is through, but has now earned the opportunity to score points. This has been a long, hard jam with 2 seconds left. South Shore was able to grab 4 points in that jam. That looked so tired. I'm exhausted just watching that. That was very tiring. Battison on the line for Circle City, giving a little high five to Shannon Ball, who will be jamming for South Shore. 2.5 minutes left in this period, and my energy drink is almost empty. So I'm going to be super high on energy right about the middle of halftime. Both jammers kind of using their tiptoes. Battison is your lead jammer for Circle City. Coming around with a smile to the crowd who are cheering her on. Wild Child has taken the star for South Shore and will be jamming now for South Shore. Battison through for 4 points for Circle City. Woo! A pretty little dive under for Wild Child to get out of the pack for South Shore. It's so great having so many people for both teams in the crowd because every single great derby move is being cheered by everyone. All right, Banana Jamma on the line for Circle City and Tinosaurus Rex for South Shore with about 1:20 left in this half. So this might be the last jam of the half before we move into halftime, but don't worry, there is a whole nother game of derby to play after the second half of this game. So we've got a whole Saturday night for you to be our third wheel on Derby Date Night. Both jammers trying to find space. Tinosaurus taking a little bit of a tumble at the front. Banana Jamma getting pulled to the back by Hardcore Candy. Twice by Hardcore Candy. It looks like lead jammer was established by Tinosaurus Rex and South Shore, but Tinosaurus Rex also got kind of swallowed up by the pack there after she got lead jammer status, so she still has to get out of this pack in order to get around and start scoring points. Diamond took a star pass and comes booking out of the pack, and immediately Tinosaurus calls it, and Diamond nodded her head like, yeah, I would do that too. Because Diamond was like, I'm going to grab some. Nope, I'm not going to grab any points because it got called. That was, Blurred is helping me from a while ago, that one of the signals I saw was a direction, that Andy is in the box right now for a direction. Thanks for your help. And thanks for your help on camera, too. You're on camera, you're helping us out in the chat. We appreciate it. And that whistle means it is halftime, so we are going to take a quick 15-minute break and come back to you with some more great derby and more bad jokes. You're the best height person.
Do my best.
I love your size.
I had so much fun making them.
Well, now you have them forever.
I do. I do. Well, I'm not getting my arm workout from jam timing, so.
Right? The juniors were so cute.
Yeah.
They were all like, you see it on the street too.
Oh yeah, no, I love it when the
There's like
juniors do
4 of
it.
them. It was really funny, and I commented on too. Because the juniors were trying to do it, but the person who was actually doing it was not moving their lower half. The juniors
Yeah.
dancing.
I love it when the juniors do it. Like, I
Becoming
always.
a thing in derby now to
It is, yeah.
do what they are doing. Yeah. At some point,
So
somebody's
cute.
going to be like, hey, that's enough. But why not?
Well, at Team Indiana, about like a minute and a half. Team Indiana, I was doing like an official timeout or something, and Diamond was on the pivot line, and she was like, "Hey, Eggs, blink twice if you love me," and I was like,
I gotta go again. Good evening and welcome back to Derby Date Night. May the 4th be with you. For those who can't see me, you've got to go to our Facebook and check out our posts. I've got some good Star Wars posts of myself and Macabre, our in-house announcer, who's doing a great job entertaining the crowds here at Perry Park in Indianapolis. But we are joining Circle City and South Shore for the second half of this game. Currently, Circle City is in the lead, 124 to South Shore's 27. There will be one more game after this one. South Shore and Circle City's B teams will be playing each other at about 7:30, depending upon what time this game ends. So that will be the Circle City Party Crashers and the South Shore Derailers. We've got Banana Jamma lining up for Circle City and Wild Child lining up for South Shore. How y'all doing in the chat? Did you get some snacks during the break? It looks like Blurred got some pizza. I didn't have a snack, but I switched from energy drinks to vitamin water because I figure now I'm hyper, now I need to hydrate. It's hot in here, so I can't just pummel myself with caffeine. I should also actually drink some water, so I'm doing that. All right, I know your screen says half pint of dynamite, but that is Banana Jamma, who is getting pushed to the outside. Wild Child is trying to get out and takes a push to the outside and is getting forced to recycle. Oh, everybody is just getting sent to the penalty box here. We've got Banana Jamma is out as lead jammer. But it is a crowded penalty box in there right now. Banana Jamma with a little hop there to grab 4 points for Circle City Roller Derby. Diamond, Holden, Wild Child, big push. Diamond is she's able to push people out even when they're in the middle of the track. She just has these magic shoulders somehow that she can do that. Banana Jamma came around again for another 4 points. Wild Child still trying to find space, currently behind Andy and Wham Bam. I'm going to take a quick look at the penalties here and see how we're doing on penalties. Looks like South Shore is still keeping it pretty low. Nobody has more than 2 penalties. We've got Beauty the Beastly has 3 penalties, and Andy is sitting at 4 right now. But otherwise, we are looking good on penalties. H-Face Killa is now the jammer for South Shore, getting pulled to the back on the outside by Wham Bam. And Rita Banana Jam. I keep calling Banana Jamma Rita today, and I just can't stop. I don't know why. Banana Jamma decides to call the jam after getting pulled back by Hardcore Candy. Just decided to call that one good. Beauty the Beastly lining up for Circle City. No, that's not. That's Baddison. Baddison for Circle City. And Heather Skelter for South Shore. Baddison finding some space in the middle to go right up to grab lead jammer. But Heather Skelter is right behind her. And Baddison is yelling to her coach, asking what to do. She screamed, "Eric, Eric!" And he said, "Go ahead, call it." So she called it. No points will be scored by either team in that one. All right. Tinosaurus Rex lining up for South Shore, and Beauty the Beastly is lining up for Circle City. Lynn says those Circle City walls. You are absolutely correct. I've been calling it the triangle of death. It is so difficult to get through these Circle City walls. Beauty the Beastly trying to find space on the inside, but everybody falls down, and Beauty the Beastly is in a South Shore sandwich for a second on the floor, while Tinosaurus Rex is getting pushed to the outside by Diamond's magic shoulders. Diamond and her great blocking, but unfortunately gets sent to the penalty box. And there are now 2 Circle City blockers in the penalty box. But Beauty the Beastly was able to get lead jammer, but Tinosaurus Rex is on her heels as the pack is speeding up around at turn 3. Both jammers running. Tinosaurus Rex with a little apex hop there to grab 4 points for South Shore to keep Circle City scoreless in that jam. Great job, Tinosaurus Rex. That was pretty. Demonica lining up for South Shore, and Half Pint of Dynamite, fresh off the juniors game earlier today, is the jammer for Circle City. Half Pint of Dynamite swinging side to side, but Demonica comes out with lead jammer for South Shore. Half Pint of Dynamite is about half a track behind. Demonica coming up behind Diamond, who is going to be making it difficult to soar through here. Half Pint of Dynamite approaching the pack. Demonica decides to call the jam, but was able to grab 1 point from Circle City. Again, if you're just joining us for the first time, please subscribe to our channel so you can find out where we will be next. We always appreciate all of you liking and subscribing either to our YouTube channel or finding us on Facebook. If you go to Facebook, you can see my space buns that I put my hair in earlier today. Not those kind of buns, serious. Hair, Leia, Princess Leia buns. Heather Skelter jamming for South Shore. Banana Jamma being sent to the box for a track cut. Heather Skelter has an opportunity here with a power jam for South Shore. Gonna have to get past Wham Bam though. And Flipper is gonna be forcing Heather Skelter to come all the way back as Banana Jamma is now standing in the penalty box. Banana Jamma has been released from the penalty box. Heather Skelter still trying to find space here. Gonna have to get past Wham and Flip. Heather Skelter getting pushed to the outside and pulled back by Wham. Is taking that star off, might be handing it to the pivot. Does a little juke, very, very clever there by Heather Skelter. Made it look like she passed it, but she didn't, but was not able to get out there. Banana Jamma coming through to grab 4 points with a spin at the top of the apex there for 4 points for Circle City. Wild Child was doing some really good one-on-one blocking there. But Banana Jamma was able to get through for 4 more points for Circle City. Heather Skelter, looks like a star pass happened. So Wild Child is now the jammer for South Shore. Banana Jamma currently being recycled back by Creep It Low. And that jam will end after Circle City grabbed, it looks like, 8 points, bringing them to a total of 141. Timeout being called for track repair, which means time for more Star Wars jokes because I think I have more than 100. Hopefully I don't get through all of them because that's a lot of Star Wars jokes, but gotta tell them. What did Kylo Ren bring to Hux's party? First, hors d'oeuvres. Get it? Orders? Hors d'oeuvres? Why did Padme call the Gungan polite? He held the door a Jar Jar. Oh my God, these are so bad, they're good. How do you compliment a Jedi? You tell them that they're radiant. Get it? Rey from Star Wars. Okay, continuing on. What is Rose's favorite Disneyland attraction? The Enchanted Tico Room. I think Tico is a character from Star Wars. I'm gonna assume. Okay, back to the Derby. Battison jamming for Circle City and Shannon Ball jamming for South Shore. Battison grabbing a quick lead jammer for Circle City. Bunch of whistles being whistled as the pivot for South Shore is headed to the box. Battison sailing through to grab 4 points and start hyping up the crowd as she comes around. Battison through for another 4 points for Circle City. We're having some technical camera work that's happening right now, which is why you've only got one shot, but Sirius will be back shortly and get you that. Battison sailing through for another 4 points, calling the jam. And blowing kisses to the crowd as she skates back to her Lego blocks. On the line for Circle City for the first time this game. We'll be taking on Demonica from South Shore. Battison is always hyping people up. I love it. She's so fun to watch. And we've got the blockers starting at the pivot line for, I think, the first time today. Lego taking a hit to the outside and being pulled back by H-Face Killa. Demonica trying to tiptoe up that outside line and is able to become lead jammer for South Shore. Lego pulling that pack apart towards the front. Got to get past H-Face Killa and the blockers that are reforming around her. Demonica on a scoring pass being pulled back by Diamond. Lego pulling the pack apart far enough that she is able to get out, but gets called on a high block, and it is now going to be a power jam for Demonica and South Shore. So South Shore blockers are slowing the pack down and stopping it, hoping that Demonica can pull this pack forward. This is a pack of, I see Andy and Diamond and Wham out there, so that is not going to be easy, but Demonica managing to stay in bounds after a hit from both Wham Bam and Andy, but gets to Diamond and gets pushed out. Demonica is trying to call the jam, but it looks, that was was she not lead? I thought Demonica was lead. And we're doing a quick timeout here. So Lego is frozen in the penalty box, but is standing. So Lego will be starting this next jam in the penalty box as jammer for Circle City. Tinosaurus Rex is lining up for South Shore. We've got 20 minutes left in this game. We are going to have an official timeout to discuss something. We'll find out later. But that means it's time for more Star Wars jokes. Why did the Empire think they could beat the Rebels? I don't understand. I don't know Star Wars well enough. Because they had an ace up their sheave? I don't know what a sheave is. It's something Star Wars. I don't know. Okay. Luke was eating food with his hands. Obi-Wan said, no, use the forks, Luke. Okay, that one made up for it. Use the forks, Luke. Definitely would not want to jam against that wall. No, you would not want to jam against that wall. That would be a very tough wall. I mean, even if you're in the middle of the track, that wall can somehow pull you all the way to the outside or the inside, and then you're out of bounds and you have to go all the way back. It's just, they are tough. All right, why did episodes 4, 5, and 6 come out before episodes 1, 2, and 3? Because in charge of directing Yoda was. And we are back to the Derby with a power jam for South Shore and Tinosaurus Rex. Lego is out of the box. Tinosaurus Rex being pushed to the outside and forced to recycle here. Lego has got to get past a couple South Shore blockers here. No lead jammer has been established at this point. Farrell's in charge and Creep It Low doing a great job working together to hold Lego blocks at the front. Lego getting a no pack called, will become lead jammer for Circle City. Tinosaurus Rex taking that star off. There currently is not a pivot on the track. Tinosaurus Rex able to step over the legs of Banana Jamma to get out of the pack there. Track cut getting called on Lego blocks, who will be going back to the penalty box. This jam will go the full 2 minutes. All right, Tinosaurus Rex coming around, trying to get past Iggy Impalia, who pushes her to the inside, making her go all the way back there. Lego still sitting in the penalty box. Tinosaurus Rex still holding the star. Tries to hand it to the jammer, who I don't think was looking at her, but now has the star in her hand and on her head, which is really good awareness from H-Face Killa, being aware that Tinosaurus Rex has not gotten any of her points yet. So H-Face Killa got that star on so that she was eligible to get points and was able to get through. H-Face Killa getting stuck behind a tripod. Lego blocks also stuck behind a tripod. Both jammers trying to make some progress, but that jam went the full 2 minutes and then got stopped. South Shore scoring 8 points there, with Circle City scoring 6. An official timeout being called by Ogre in the middle, and I have a feeling I know what that was, because there was a South Shore blocker who fell during that and was sitting, and there was a exchange between Ogre and the South Shore blocker. Ogre saying something about, I can't tell if you're injured, or like something. The skater got up and then skated back to the bench, and then the jam ended and Ogre called the official timeout. So I have a feeling it was something about that. So this could be a longer official review. Which means, you know what that means. It's time for more jokes. What does a Star Destroyer wear to... I don't understand this one either. What does a Star Destroyer wear to a wedding? Bow ties? Of course. I don't get it. I don't get that one. No. Why is Yoda a good gardener? He has a green thumb. That one makes sense. Some of these are like niche, nerdy Star Wars things. Battison has got the star on and is listening in. Everybody seems to be listening in this. That is a giant circle of people. And I see Macabre, our house announcer, in that circle. So hopefully he will explain to the crowd, and then I will translate for you in terms of what this official review is about. Well, I was 100% wrong. That was a heat-related timeout. So are they fixing the heat, or was that just a break to get some air? Okay, that was a heat-related timeout. Also, you know, let's all just chill for a second. I think chilling is good for everybody. So it is really, really hot here, and so I'm sure that like not only are people getting hot, but there might be some tempers getting hot too. Oh, serious, you'll like this one. What is Jabba the Hutt's middle name? The. Okay, that I like that one. All right, Battison on the line for Circle City, and Heather Skelter for South Shore Roller Derby. Battison getting pushed to the outside and pulled to the back of the pack. Heather also getting pushed to the inside and pulled to the back. Battison is lead jammer for Circle City with 17-ish minutes left in this game. Stick around, though. We've got one more game after this. So there is more Derby. Don't you worry. Battison getting through that pack. She gets pushed to the outside, but the skater who pushed her also went out, so Battison was able to continue. Heather Skelter is getting pulled to the back of that pack again. These Circle City walls are so flipping hard to get through. Battison, who came in to the pack, took a giant push from Andy, who was trying to just shove her through the entire group of people. But unfortunately, I think she got hit by a South Shore person and is not having as easy of a time getting through the pack this time. The star has been passed to Legs Benedict, who will now be the jammer for South Shore. She's putting that star on. Battison through for another 4 points. Legs Benedict getting pushed to the outside. Legs Benedict stuck behind Wham Bam. Not a fun place to be, I am sure. Trying to get through. Battison, another 4 points on the board for her. Celia Graves saying hello, everyone in the chat. We're excited to have you joining us here as a third wheel on our Derby date night. Battison, another 4 points. She's looking tired, but also looking determined as she is just scoring and scoring. Legs Benedict is taking a second to get up, and we are going to take a quick minute to call this for a medical timeout. As I always say during a medical timeout, we are so grateful that we have medics always. Anytime skaters go out on the track, we have medics ready to come help. And as I said before, this is a very, very hot game, and it's very tiring for everybody. As you've all seen and commented on in the chat, it is exhausting. Those Circle City walls, the South Shore is doing a great job as well. This is a hard game, and people are getting tired, which means people can sometimes, take an injury. And so we have medics on site here who are able to come and help our skaters in just seconds if something goes wrong. And so we're really appreciative to them for all of their help and their ability to be here for all of that. While we're waiting, where are you watching from today? I'm curious to know, especially with this being South Shore from south of Chicago. Where is everybody tonight on this Saturday night, Derby Date night? Can we give some love to the refs? Absolutely, Donuts. Big love to the refs. I also have a list of people that we can give some love to. Daisy, you've skated. Yes, this venue is, I've skated here too. It is so hot here. It's a tough one to skate in. We have our skating officials today: Ogre, Croc, Tough Tone, Hardly Sin, Darth Blue, and Amelia. Our non-skating officials: Mr. Bruise Guy, Sun Plower, Witch E Wife, Fearless Fairy, Wild Irish Rosie, Ranger Danger, Heathem, Dirt Diggler, Silken Tofu, Angel Hillman, and Bubbles to Smear. We are so excited to have you all here, and we love our referees and our NSOs who really do this, because they love it just as much as the skaters do. It takes so many people to make roller derby happen, and there's a lot of us who really love roller derby and love the opportunity to make this happen. All right, we got people coming. Okay, B-Town, is that Bloomington? South Bend, Crown Point, Indiana. Lynn, wishing I could watch South Bend playing Gem City and Dayton. I heard that they were playing each other, and I was like, if only we could be at two places at once. We haven't figured out how to do that quite yet. We're about halfway through this second half of this game. As I've said before, we have one more game coming up after this between the Circle City Party Crashers and the South Shore Derailers. Our skater who the jam was called for injury for is headed back to the bench with the medics. So getting a nice round of applause from the crowd as she goes back to the bench to get checked out a little bit more thoroughly by the medics. So thank you again to our medics. We really appreciate you. Oh, good, I was right. Donut says yes, Bloomington. Blockhead, loving her CCRD people. We love it. All right, the ref's taking another minute here, I think, there are so many fans out there. Sirius is very sweet because last night he went out and bought a new electric fan that we've got here on our feet. So that's definitely helping us as well as we kind of make it through this heat. We remembered it from last year, so we've got, we came prepared with fans. Yeah, very different than Fort Wayne. So next week, Sirius, we need to be ready. It's like we're going into, you know how they do you jump in the hot water and then the cold water? So we're doing the Russian spa next week because we'll be here for Naptown on Saturday night, and then on Sunday, we'll be in the ice box of Fort Wayne. That's going to be a weird change for us between days. Okay, the refs are continuing to talk, so I am going to give you some more Star Wars jokes. I really liked my Jabba the Hutt's middle name joke. I thought that one was a pretty good one. What side of an Ewok has the most hair? The outside. these are getting better. I really like these. Do you remember what Tusken Raiders are? Tusken Raiders? How do they cheat on their taxes? They always single file to hide their numbers. Oh, it's those guys. It's the like, okay, got it. Which Star Wars character works at a restaurant? You know this one. Darth Waiter. What time is it when are they an AT-AT or an AT-AT? What are they called? AT-AT? 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 You know those guys that go boom. Okay, what time is it when one of them steps on your chronometer? It's time to get a new chronometer. Why are Death Star pilots fed up with space battles? Because they always end up in a tie. Wait, why is that funny? TIE fighters? Oh. Oh, Angel Hillman sending us a super chat. Thank you oh my goodness, thank you so much. The biggest thank you on the planet for streaming the IJRD game this morning. Oh, thank you so much. That's the biggest super chat we've ever received. I'm going to cry. You are so sweet. We are so happy to do this for all of you, and we just love creating a community. Simon, Simon is our most consistent super chat donator that we have had. Simon's always doing it and just doing such a great job for us. All right, so that went from an injury timeout to a sorting penalties out timeout. So they were just making sure they had all the penalties correct, all the numbers, all of that good stuff. And it looks like we are now good to go with 15 and a half minutes left. And I'm going to look at the penalties now since we're talking about them. And it looks like we've got a couple people on Circle City with 3, one with 4. South Shore, South Shore's still really low on the penalties total. So everybody's staying pretty low on these penalties. Hopefully it stays that way in the next 15 minutes. Banana Jamma jamming for Circle City and Shannon Ball for South Shore. Banana Jamma juking to the inside oh no, not lead jammer status. It is a track cut, and Banana will be headed to the penalty box. A star pass has been made to H-Face Killa, who is now jamming for South Shore, so this jam will go the full 2 minutes. Oh, we've got Batty's mom from California watching. Love it. So H-Face Killa getting stuck in a pack that is not moving very fast right now because, of course, it's a Circle City wall, and we have lots of those. Scooby Ray, okay, you guys really want to make me cry, don't you? This is amazing. Thank you so much. And Andy is doing a great job. You are absolutely correct. Your support is amazing. We are blown away by all the support from everyone. Oh, Banana coming through on the inside line to grab. Now, is that just, yeah, that was just her initial. She didn't even grab any points there. H-Face Killa is still on her initial. Banana is now on her first scoring pass, hopping through to grab those 4 points there. Simon says, oh no, folks competing for the highest donation. This is, we just are so blown away by all of you. Completely blown away. Serious, we've also got some jokes in the chat that I'll have to tell you during the next break. H-Face Killa still trying to find that space. Oh, Banana headed to the box again. Oh, no. She's kind of smiling, a little bit of a, oh, no, sorry. Where does that put her at? I think I can tell ya. Banana is now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 penalties, and 4 of them have been track cuts. All right, Simon told a joke here. Oh, no, Celia gave us a joke. What do you call 2 Han Solos singing together? Han duet. He's no longer a Han Solo, he's a Han duet. If the joke isn't funny, just force it. That was a really good one. All right, we're going again. Banana Jamma in the box. Tinosaurus Rex jamming for South Shore. Just has to get past Wham Bam and does it, staying inbounds to get lead jammer for South Shore. Banana is standing. Oh, getting pushed to the inside. Tinosaurus Rex decides, I don't want you to pull me back. I am just going to call it before Banana can score any points. Demonica lining up for South Shore, and Beauty the Beastly is lining up for Circle City. Southern Comfort, your Aunt Shell is watching from Monterey if you are skating. Candy, let's go. What I'm seeing is I see Southern Comfort on the roster for the next game, which should be starting probably in about an hour. We've got 10 minutes left in this game. So you will see Southern Comfort in the next game between the Circle City Party Crashers and the South Shore Derailers. Beauty the Beastly is lead jammer and coming around on her first scoring pass now. 4 points for Beauty the Beastly. Star was passed from Demonica to H-Face Killa, who is now out of the pack. Beauty the Beastly approaching the pack on, oh, that was not a scoring pass, on her first scoring pass. No, this is the second scoring pass. And calling the jam to pick up 4 more points. So a total of 8 points for Circle City. Heather Skelter lining up for South Shore, and Half Pint of Dynamite is going to take the star for Circle City with about 10 minutes left in this game. And then we'll be taking probably a 30 to 45 minute break in between games to go outside where I think it might be colder, even though it's hot out. Heather Skelter taking a big hit from Diamond to the outside. Half Pint of Dynamite is lead jammer for Circle City coming around. Heather Skelter has the star off, has handed it to Shannon Ball, who will now be jamming for South Shore. Half Pint of Dynamite, meanwhile, has blown through the pack for 4 points for Circle City. Coming to the pack again. She is through on the outside for another 4 points, making it look easy. I know it's not easy, but she's making it look easy. The Star Destroyer wall. Lynn, I love that. And that jam will be called, but not before scoring 8 points for Circle City. We've also got Fully Omnatic, who's watching all their SSRD roller besties. Circle City has now broken the 200 mark at 2:01. Serious, is BB hungry? Or is baby hungry? No, BB ate. Battison and Wildchild jamming for their respective teams. Battison is lead jammer for Circle City. Looks like Iggy Impalia headed to the box for Circle City. Wildchild is out for South Shore. Wildchild has a really pretty stride. I love watching her skate around as the jammer. Battison decides to call the jam, hoping that Wildchild was not able to sneak any points. Looks like that was 0 points. A timeout is being called by South Shore. About 8 minutes left in this game. All right, timeout time means joke time. What's a Rebel's favorite TV talent show? X-Wing Factor. Have you tried the gluten-free Wookiee treats? No, but I heard they're a little chewy. I got a laugh from Sirius on that one. What did Han Solo say to the waiter who recommended the haddock? Never sell me the cods. Instead of never tell me the odds. That's a good one. Ooh, Simon's got another joke. Why are the Sith the best bartenders around? Only Sith deal absolute. Oh, I love it. Half pint of dynamite on the line with Tinosaurus Rex. Two jammers we've seen quite a bit tonight. Siri said, I thought Simon had to leave. No, Simon's still here. He's helping us tell jokes. He just can't get enough of the derby and the jokes. All right, half pint of dynamite swinging from side to side. Tinosaurus Rex trying to pull that pack forward. Half pint trying to create some spaces by weaving. Tinosaurus Rex getting pushed to the inside. Half pint of dynamite gets lead jammer but takes a hit. And is out. Tinosaurus Rex pulling that pack towards the front, trying to get past Andy and Wham Bam. No easy feat there as Andy is pulling Tinosaurus Rex back. Half pint sailing through to grab 4 points for Circle City. Tinosaurus Rex has the star off. She won't be able to give to a pivot for at least 30 seconds because the pivot is in the box. Half pint of dynamite weaving through the pack and calling the jam after scoring 8 points. See, Simon's going to finish the half. You know, it's only seven-ish minutes left. Heather Skelter is lined up for South Shore and Beauty the Beastly for Circle City. Beauty the Beastly kind of pulling to the front first. Heather Skelter tiptoeing on the outside to grab lead jammer status for South Shore. Penalty box is now empty. Beauty the Beastly is out of the pack and chasing down Heather Skelter, but still has about half a track to go. Heather Skelter communicating with her pack, trying to pull that pack apart as much as she can. Calls the jam. Beautiful work there from Heather Skelter and South Shore, keeping Circle City scoreless on that jam and grabbing 3 points for South Shore. 6 minutes left. Whistle blows at 5:30 Pacific time, and it's only a 20-minute drive. Oh, yeah, you'll be fine, Simon. Are you playing or are you officiating in the game? That's the big question. And who's playing? Battison lining up for Circle City and Shannon Ball for South Shore. Quick lead jammer status for Battison. Smiling to the crowd as she comes around. Shannon Ball is trying to pull that pack forward. Battison takes a big hit from a South Shore blocker there, slowing her down. Shannon Ball tiptoeing around. Oh, Diamond saw her coming towards the outside. Big hit from Diamond. Shannon Ball takes the star off, gives it to Tinosaurus Rex, who takes a hit from Andy and is getting pulled back as Battison comes through for another 4 points for Circle City. Tinosaurus Rex trying to find some space on the line. It's so hard to go on the line against Diamond. I don't know what the magic is in Diamond's shoulders, but she hits Tinosaurus Rex out. But as that jam ended, Diamond grabbed Tinosaurus Rex's hand, and they held hands and kind of did a little squeeze to just say, hey, good job, you're working really hard. I just love that when I see two people that are opposing each other, like, root each other on after the jam. It makes me so happy. You'll be watching, Simon. Okay, you're in recovery. Watching the Derby is always a good time when you're in recovery. I know we've always got lots of people in the chat who are recovering from injuries and hoping to get back out there again soon. Half pint of dynamite grabbing lead jammer for Circle City. Demonica jamming for South Shore. And half pint sailing through for 4 points for Circle City. What did I say earlier, Sirius? She sliced through like a lightsaber. Just whoosh. All right, another 4 points for half pint of dynamite and Circle City. that jam is going to be called. And we've got about 4 minutes left in this game. Yes, Simon, wishing you well and everyone else who is in the chat who is recovering from derby or other injuries. I've learned that just because you're injured does not mean it was derby. You could have just fallen walking along the sidewalk. That's why I skated for as long as I did. I was like, I can hurt myself. I'm so clumsy not on skates. Like, I can hurt myself either way. It's just as likely. A timeout is being called by the officials. I think this is time for our maybe our last set of jokes for this game, which means we should probably do a knock-knock joke, don't you think? Knock-knock. Who's there? I guess I have to be both people since you can't hear serious. Art. Art who? R2-D2. He goes, aww. Knock-knock. Who's there? Ewok. Ewok who? Ewoked the door. Let me in. Okay, that official timeout was for catching up on penalties, making sure everything was good. Ooh, another Simon joke. What is a stormtrooper's favorite drink? A Mai Tai. Oh, Lynn has a who's there. Awesome. Oh, Lynn said who's there for me. Because I said knock knock and I had no one to say who's there, so Lynn did. Thank you. I appreciate it. Madison is shaking her butt at us. I don't know if she realizes that our cameras are right here. You think she does serious? Okay. Madison is just, pulled out and is lead jammer for Circle City. I think that's Demonica. Yep, Demonica is in the penalty box for South Shore, is standing, so we'll be coming out in less than 10 seconds. And Demonica is out. Battison trying to make it through. Battison is on a scoring pass. Demonica is on her initial, so is not currently scoring points. Is going to need to get through the pack at least once, but Battison decides to call it after scoring 2 points. The look Battison just gave us was like, that was hard. So South Shore is definitely not making it easy on Circle City here. 3 minutes left in this game before we have another game. Oh, is that Kimbo just sitting down? We've just decided, I think Kimbo's tired. And Half Pint of Dynamite is trying to be a fan as much as she can to help Kimbo cool down a little bit. Whose timeout is this? This is a team timeout? All right, my new tradition that I've started to do at the end of each game, if there is something that you have seen in this game and you want to shout out a skater for something that they have done that you would like them to see tomorrow when they rewatch the stream back, go ahead and let that skater know what you saw them do or team and what you thought was fantastic, and just give them their little shout out here, and I'll try to read them out as I see them. But we've had some great derby happening in this game, and it's been so fun being here in the chat with all of you. All right, we are back to the action. Banana Jamma and Heather Skelter. And is that a lead jammer or a penalty? There was, I think, both. So Banana Jamma is lead jammer, but a penalty was also called on a South Shore blocker. There seems to be some confusion around a star pass. So the pivot just handed the star back to the jammer, who's Heather Skelter. So the penalty is on Heather Skelter. There's also another South Shore blocker that went with her. So Banana Jamma, who's currently lead jammer, has scored 4 points, is now have a power jam for Circle City and is coming through. Gets pushed out of bounds and is going to be pulled back. Woo! Up on 1 foot for a second. Batty is second generation Circle City. Sunday Mora says, I played 2010 to 2015. That's so amazing. I've actually talked to Battison about that before, and she told me that. That is so cool that it's like a mother-daughter tradition, and now you get to watch her play. That's so cool. Rita is killing it. See, Brian is calling Banana Jamma Rita, too. It's not just me. I'm used to her as Rita, but she switches names sometimes. That's okay. Great job, both teams. Can't wait for the next home bout, SSRD. Demonica getting lead jammer on fire. Absolutely. The Circle City walls have been amazing. All right, 1.5 minutes left in this game. So this could be the last jam, maybe two more. Beauty the Beastly lining up against Tinosaurus Rex. Tinosaurus Rex going from side to side, trying to find some space. Beauty the Beastly getting pushed out. Tinosaurus Rex is pulling that pack towards the front, getting pulled back by none other than Diamond. Beauty the Beastly almost out, but then got pulled back herself. Or wait, she's headed to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for South Shore with only 45 seconds left in this game. This is a power jam for Tinosaurus Rex, who is your lead jammer for South Shore. Takes a hit from Diamond, pushing her to the outside and pulling her back. All the way back. Tinosaurus is resetting, trying to figure things out, but Beauty and the Beastly is out of the penalty box now and coming around. A hit from Andy to the outside. Tinosaurus Rex considers calling it as Beauty has come back in and has made it through the pack on her initial. Tinosaurus Rex decides to call it as time runs out on the clock, meaning that this is the end of the game. Circle City Roller Derby 243, South Shore 49 is your unofficial score of this May the 4th Be With You game. We have so enjoyed being here with all of you. We will be having one more game in just a little bit, so go ahead and get your snack and get yourself settled for some more great roller derby with two more teams. The Circle City Party Crashers and the South Shore Derailers will be playing each other shortly. Again, sending so much love to our third wheels. Your support in the chat has completely blown us away. We appreciate your support so much, and we wouldn't know what to do without you all. You make this channel what it is, and we appreciate and love you all so much, and we will be back in probably less than an hour. We'll see you all soon. Thanks for joining us on our Derby Date Night. back to Derby Date Night. You are joining us for the second of our 2 games for May the 4th be with you, our Star Wars night. We are about to stream our last game of the day. If you were here earlier, you might have seen our juniors game where IJRD was victorious against the Killer Bees from Kalamazoo. And then we just had a game between the A teams of South Shore and Circle City, in which Circle City came out victorious. You are joining us now for our second game of the night between Circle City Party Crashers and South Shore Derailers. These are the B teams for both of these games. So you might see some of the skaters you saw in the first game. You also might see some of those skaters playing different positions than they played before and doing different things. This is a great learning opportunity for all of these skaters, and we are excited to see how it turns out. Of course, because tonight is Star Wars night, you're getting all the Star Wars jokes and puns, even the ones that I don't understand. So hopefully you in the chat can help us out, because some of these jokes are even going over my head. So glad that you can all join us tonight. Again, I'm Aria Kidding Me, and you've got me with all of your play-by-play and bad jokes that are so bad they're good, maybe. And of course, we've got Seriously coming from the dark side to be our technical director, pushing all the buttons and using the force to make magic behind the scenes. Our kids, OMG and LOL, are home for the night with our dog, who is teaching them the way of the canine, which really means letting the dog in and out and in and out and in and out. So I'm having more fun than them right now on this Derby Date Night. We also want to give a big welcome to all of you third wheels in the chat. Sirius is laughing at my bad jokes already. That wasn't even a joke. Anyway. Hope the kids are doing okay, because I forgot to check on them in between games. I'm sure they're fine. No news is good news. You can find us here on YouTube, also on Instagram and Facebook. Like and subscribe to find out where we're going to be next. So, this is the second game of the night. The last game, Circle City did win against South Shore, but these are 2 different teams. This game could be anybody's game, so who knows? The last time South Shore played the Circle City Party Crashers, that game was within 2 points of each other, so who knows how this is going to turn out. We are currently on week 5 of 6 weeks in a row of live streaming. You can find us right back here again on Saturday for Naptown's home opener versus Vet City. And on Sunday for Mother's Day, we will be in Fort Wayne to stream their home opener against, I think, South Bend Roller Derby. So going to be an exciting next weekend of Roller Derby before we take a small break for the end of May. Before we get started with this game, I'm assuming you want to know who you are going to be watching tonight. We have got our guest team, South Shore Derailers, 01 Hardcore Candy, 1020 Dex Bomb, 141 Southern Comfort, 2 Federalicious, 219 Neuro Knockout, 223 Ray Gun, 23 Killer Tofu, 26 Baba Yaga, 3 Tinosaurus Rex, 317 Wild Child, 62 Kung Pao Kitten, 66 Lucid Lily, 789 H-Face Killa, and 94 G.I. Jane. For the Circle City Roller Derby Party Crashers, 103 Killdeer, 12 Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom, 13 Atomic Blonde, 18 Flipper, 19 Mo M Down, 197 Ginger Dodgers, 383 Frau Blocker, 39 Half Pint of Dynamite, 418 Straighter, 444 Fierce, 5202 Serotonin, 522 Lego Blocks, 666 Beauty the Beastly, 765 Battison, 82 Coors Lightning, and 90 Hitter Up Style. Your coaches for Circle City Roller Derby are Kimbo Slicer, Crash Bandy Oops, and Tina's Toy Box. Your coaches for South Shore are Machete Page, Intimidration, Coach Payne, Senorita Scarcia, and Demi Gorgon. Austin Moore says he's watching the kids. Well, I'm glad they're getting some care from somebody. Hopefully you can check on the dog too. He's the one we're a little bit more worried about. But let's get started with this next game. While we're waiting for it to start, let us know who you are rooting for in the chat, or if you're just rooting for the best, worst jokes in the galaxy. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom on the line for Circle City Roller Derby, lining up against Wild Child from South Shore. That whistle means our game has begun. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is your lead jammer for Circle City. Wild Child is going back and forth, pulling that star off of her helmet, might be looking for someone to pass it to. Bibbidi Bobbidi is on a scoring pass. Nope, Wild Child is going to get out of that pack. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom grabs some points and decides to call the jam, scoring 3 points in that jam. Blurred is back on camera again. Yep. Matt Powers says, get it 141. That's Southern Comfort, who I don't think is out on the track right now. Ginger Dodgers jamming for Circle City and G.I. Jane for South Shore. Ginger Dodgers out to an early lead, but G.I. Jane has passed Ginger Dodgers, who, with a little bit of a face, was like, dang it, I gotta call it. So she called it, and no points will be scored in that one. Lego blocks lining up for Circle City, except for now an official timeout is being called. For those of you watching us for the first time, you can subscribe here on YouTube to find out where we're going to be. We typically are in a season from about January until August, until we take a short break for our kids to do marching band, which takes up a lot more time than I was expecting. As we are in an official timeout, Circle City has decided to participate in learning how to be a non-skating official, and they are all demonstrating how to do that. But now they're going to talk to each other in a little bit of a huddle. There were some technical problems with the scoreboard that were needing to get sorted out, so that is why we did that official timeout. A big shout out to Mr. Bruise Guy, who worked really hard over this past week to work to get us penalty tracking. So at the top of our screen, you'll be able to see penalties as they happen, and I'll be able to tell you where things are at with penalties and why people got penalties, because I've got it all on my fancy computer over here. It's not really that fancy. It's an old iMac. Ooh, 141 Southern Comfort is jamming for South Shore, so I was wrong when I said they are not out there, because they are jamming right now for South Shore. Lego Blocks is jamming for Circle City, getting pushed to the inside. Southern Comfort looks like took a push to the outside, but is able to stay in bounds and get lead jammer for South Shore Roller Derby. Star was passed to Fierce. Fierce is another Circle City skater who's aging up from juniors, skating in her last home junior game today. Wild Child on the line for South Shore. Atomic Blonde taking the star for Circle City. Wild Child pulling the pack more to the front. Atomic Blonde trying to push through the blockers of South Shore. Battison coming out of the penalty box. Wild Child will be your lead jammer for South Shore. Looks like the star was passed to Serotonin, who received a track cut and then received a second penalty for skating on the track. After you get a penalty, you need to go off the track, so she will be sitting for 1 full minute. Wild Child coming through, having scored 4 points for South Shore, coming around on a second scoring pass here with a power jam. Receiving some offensive help from her blockers. A little bit of a tumble up there, as Wild Child is trying to stretch this pack out. Wild Child is able to get through for another 4 points for South Shore. Looking to her bench to see, they are telling her to keep on going. She approaches the pack, tries to break through that tripod, has to get past Battison. She is through for another 4 points and decides to call the jam, freezing Serotonin in the penalty box. Very successful jam there for South Shore, grabbing 12 points. Circle City will start this next jam in the penalty box. 94 G.I. Jane on the line for South Shore to start this power jam. The power jam will be less than 10 seconds. All right, Serotonin is standing. G.I. Jane trying to pull that pack forward. Serotonin is out of the pack, around the blockers from South Shore, and grabs lead jammer for Circle City. G.I. Jane still working through that pack, getting pushed to the inside, forced to recycle. Serotonin approaching the pack on her first scoring pass. Takes a little hit to the outside and getting forced back. I just heard a penalty on somebody here. Looks like a Circle City blocker headed to the box. Serotonin is through for 4 points for Circle City. G.I. Jane also through and will be eligible to score if Serotonin does not call the jam here. Serotonin tiptoeing through the inside to grab 4 points and call the jam. Great move there. I know Serotonin is not typically a jammer for Circle City, so I'd love to see a pivot getting out there and grabbing lead jammer coming out of the box and grabbing 8 points for her team. Good job, Serotonin. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom lining up for Circle City, and Southern Comfort will be the jammer for South Shore. Southern Comfort getting pushed a little to the outside, zigzagging to the inside. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom trying to push through the middle. Southern Comfort finding space on the outside will be lead jammer for South Shore. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom was able to get out of the pack and will be on a scoring pass as she approaches the pack. Southern Comfort in the pack with a huge hit, grabbing her 4 points and calling the jam. Lynn is liking the penalty tracker. Isn't that great? It's really nice to be able to see how many people are in the box and who's in the box and why. I love it. Thanks so much to Mr. Bruce Guy for making that happen. He said it also makes the paperwork easier, so anything we can do to make the paperwork easier is always fun. Wild Child lining up for South Shore, and Ginger Dodgers for Circle City. Ginger Dodgers finding space on the outside will be lead jammer for Circle City. Wild Child is out as Ginger Dodgers is in the pack on her first scoring pass. And Ginger Dodgers calls the jam after scoring 4 points for Circle City, bringing Circle City within 5 points of South Shore. Atomic Blonde lining up for Circle City, and G.I. Jane for South Shore. I'm having such a hard time saying South Shore today. I don't know why. Both jammers having a little bit of trouble getting through this pack. Everybody's getting all mushed up. G.I. Jane finds some space on the inside to become lead jammer for South Shore Roller Derby. Atomic Blonde was able to get out of the pack and is putting that star back on as G.I. Jane approaches the pack on a scoring pass. Weaving through the pack. No pack is called. G.I. Jane calls the jam. No points scored by Circle City there, but 4 points by South Shore, extending their lead to a 9-point lead. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom lining up for Circle City and Southern Comfort for South Shore. We're already 10 minutes into this game. This is the 9th jam of the game. It's been going so fast. These have been pretty short jams too. Bibbidi Bobbidi seeing some space on the outside, running to grab lead jammer for Circle City, smiling to the crowd as they cheer her on. Southern Comfort has found space on the outside to get out and is racing around the track. Bibbidi Bobbidi is in the pack, looks to her bench and decides to call the jam before Southern Comfort can score any points. Wild Child on the line, giving a high five to Ginger Dodgers. Always loving to see some encouragement from team to team. Even though we're playing each other, we're still going to give everybody high fives because we just all really enjoy roller derby and want to encourage everybody, even if we really want our team to win. Wild Child pushed to the outside. Penalties being called there, not on a jammer. Looks like a Circle City blocker as Wild Child is out of the pack and will be lead jammer for South Shore. Another Circle City blocker being sent to the penalty box as Ginger Dodgers is fighting to get through. Find some space going up the middle. Penalty being called on Wild Child, so this will be a power jam for Circle City and Ginger Dodgers. Wild Child was the lead jammer when she went to the box, so this will be a 2-minute jam as Ginger Dodgers now on her first, is this still her initial? No pack called, which means they need to let Ginger Dodgers go, but Ginger Dodgers is sent to the penalty box, so this will be a shenana jam where we have 2 jammers in the box. Ginger Dodgers sits and Wild Child is released from the box. Now Ginger Dodgers will sit for the same amount of time that Wild Child sat for. Wild Child is back in the pack, asking for some offensive help from her blockers. A little bit of a pile up as everybody kind of falls down. Ginger Dodgers is now back in and scoring as well with 39 seconds left in this jam. Ginger Dodgers trying to find some space on the outside, takes a little bit of a tumble. Both jammers look like they are making it through. Oh no, Ginger Dodgers was almost out and then took a big hit there from one of the, who is that? 23. From South Shore. That's Killer Tofu with the great hit to the outside and pulling her all the way back. Wild Child is, okay, Ginger Dodgers went to the box, and now Wild Child is headed to the box too, again. So this is like a double shenana jam. So as soon as Wild Child sits, Ginger Dodger stands. And oh goodness, thank goodness that jam is over. That was a lot of jammer penalties. Let me look at what we're doing here on the penalty whiteboard. Okay, nobody has more than 2 penalties at this point, even with a lot of penalties happening in that jam. For those of you joining us for the first time, please don't hesitate to subscribe. We love to have your support in the chat and also on our YouTube channel. We also have super chats, so if you like what we're doing, if you want to support us, we are donation funded, and so if you want to send a little something our way, shout out your favorite skater, send us a super chat. We're happy to support that, so don't hesitate to do that as well if you want to support our stream and help us continue to do as much roller derby as we can in Central Indiana and maybe someday beyond. Okay, it's a timeout, so I got to tell you at least one Star Wars joke before we get back. Why is a droid mechanic never lonely? Because he's always making new friends. What do you call an overpowered janitorial stormtrooper in the Death Star? A super duper pooper trooper. Okay, that one got serious. I like that. Atomic Blonde on the line for Circle City. And, oh, looks like Wild Child is in the box, but standing. for South Shore. So a short power jam for Circle City to start this jam. Wild Child is back in. Nobody is lead jammer yet. Wild Child trying to push to on the inside line. Looks like Circle City Pivot is headed to the box. Everybody is all tangled up at about turn 2. Still no lead jammer. Atomic Blonde trying to push forward, taking a hit. Taking a second to get back up. Has to get past two South Shore blockers. Wild Child has the star in hand, but is also struggling. We're now at turn 3, still with no lead jammer, as Wild Child has got 3 Circle City blockers to get past. Beautiful star pass there. That is to Dex Bomb, who is now going to be the jammer for South Shore. That was a gorgeous star pass. She was just stuck in that tripod, and Dex Bomb came up on the side and just passed it right over. That was great work there by South Shore. Dex Bomb now in scoring position, but getting pulled back by Circle City blockers, waterfalling backwards because that star was removed. Even though Dex Bomb is scoring points, she is not the lead jammer because that star was removed. So there's still no lead jammer. Atomic Blonde passed the star as well. So this jam will go the full 2 minutes, which there's only like 10 seconds left at this point. So Fierce will now be jamming for Circle City and is now scoring points. And that will be the end of 2 minutes and the end of that jam. G.I. Jane on the line for South Shore and Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom for Circle City. All right, this is still a 10-point game, very low scoring game so far, with about half of this period left. 15 minutes in and 15 minutes to go. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom getting pushed to the outside and forced to recycle. G.I. Jane towards the back of the pack. Taking a hit from Hitter Up Style, slowing her down a little bit there. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is through for lead jammer. And in scoring position for Circle City, they are 10 points down, but G.I. Jane has gotten out of the pack. So Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom looks like she is through for 4 points. Looks to her bench, sees G.I. Jane coming and calls the jam. But G.I. Jane was able to pick up 2 points there for South Shore. So many walls. Everybody's seeing the walls in the chat. Ginger Dodgers lining up for Circle City. And Southern Comfort is lining up for South Shore. Timeout has been called by South Shore. We all know that means jokes. Why do doctors make the best Jedi? Because a Jedi must have patience. Get it? Doctors have patience? I think I'm getting loopy with this being the third game I have announced today. And it is also very, very, very hot in here still. So I've got my water. Hopefully you're drinking your water. Or since we are sitting in the beer garden, you've got your adult beverage if you are an adult. If not, no adult beverages. I'm a mom, okay? I have to make sure to, just let the chat. This is a family-friendly channel. We're encouraging good behavior. My wife says she's leaving me because of my obsession with Star Wars. I said, please don't go, honey. You're the Obi-Wan for me. What's Yoda's advice for going to the bathroom? Do-do or do-do not do? I don't know how we've gotten into the poop joke portion of tonight's Star Wars jokes. Okay, that's enough of that. Southern Comfort's on the line for South Shore. And Ginger Dodgers is on the line for Circle City, but we also have an official timeout happening. Who is Ogre looking at? Ogre is shouting. Oh, Track Repair. He is shouting at Track Repair, who is coming out to fix something that has... Oh, Ogre's posing for pictures. You know, sometimes the Track Repair doesn't come out quickly enough. I've seen Ogre just start to fix it himself. Very important to get back to the game here. What do you call a Sith who won't fight? A Sithie. I kind of like these. These are getting better. I got a poop emoji for the poop jokes. Thanks, Lynn. Much appreciated. What did Yoda ride as a kid? A do-cycle, because there is no try. These are good. Or we're getting loopy. I don't know. You'll have to let us know in the chat. I think they're better, but we could just be a little, a little loopy after 3 games of Derby. And it is loud in here, so I think I'm shouting. That's okay. It's sports. We get to shout for sports. Whew. It is so hot in here. Okay, it's still Ginger Dodgers for Circle City and Southern Comfort for South Shore. I think they've been on the line. I think I've said their names like 3 times now because we've tried to start this jam a billion times. Lynn agrees. They got better. Thank you, Lynn. I appreciate that. Southern Comfort is your lead jammer for South Shore. Ginger Dodgers getting called on a track cut, so this will be a power jam for Southern Comfort and South Shore. Austin Moore, why does Princess Leia keep her hair tied up in buns? So it doesn't hang solo. On solo. Ah, I love it. Southern Comfort scoring 4 more points for South Shore to extend that lead a little bit while Ginger Dodgers is in the penalty box. Ginger Dodgers is now standing. Southern Comfort through for another 4 points for South Shore. Ginger Dodgers is re-entering, so she is now back in the game with a minute left in this jam. Southern Comfort is, big hit on Battison. Southern Comfort trying to sneak around the outside, but she goes out of bounds, and that will be a track cut on Southern Comfort. So this is now a power jam for Circle City. Star pass to Fierce, who is now the jammer for Circle City. And this jam is going to go the full 2 minutes. Ginger Dodgers coming through. Big hit, huge hit there. That is going to be a back block on Fierce, who is now going to go to the penalty box. The Shenana Jams in this game. Shenana Jam, for those who weren't in the last game, is when both jammers go and switch places a couple times. So this is definitely a Shenana Jam, as Southern Comfort is now back in the game, getting some help there from her blockers. And she is through for 4 more points for South Shore. One of the South Shore blockers going to the box for a back block as Fierce comes back into the game. The jam is called dead. Circle City at 30, South Shore ahead by 19 at 49 with 12 minutes left in this first half. Half Pint of Dynamite lining up and giving a fist bump to G.I. Jane. As another timeout is being called by the officials. The officials sure seem to have a lot to talk about. They're going to make me run out of... I still have a whole nother half after this. I'm going to run out of jokes, but I still think I have over 100, so I think I'm okay. What do you call a Jedi in denial? Obi-Wan cannot be. Aww. What kind of spaceship did Luke fly in grade school? An ABC wing. Get it? Because he flew an X-wing later. So you start with the ABC wing. I bet it was plastic. Fisher Price. What's the name of Obi-Wan's twin brother? Obi also. All back blocks shall now be called the Jammer Strikes Back. Yes, Austin Moore. The Jammer Strikes Back for the back blocks. I love it. It is so hot in here. You guys at home, I hope you have air conditioning and you're enjoying something cold with ice, like a smoothie. Whew. Ha, Mel liked my ABC wing joke. Serious. Thank you, Melody. That was a good one. All right, that official review is ending. Ogre made eye contact with me, but I don't think he's going to tell me what it was for. Nope, nobody's going to tell me what it was for. All right, Half Pint of Dynamite versus G.I. Jane. Lead jammer is going to be Half Pint of Dynamite. G.I. Jane also out of the pack and just speeding towards Half Pint of Dynamite as Half Pint of Dynamite gets in the pack and hits her hips to call that jam and was able to, did she score any? I don't know if she scored any. Oh, here comes Ogre. So I did get some information about that last official review. It was to talk about a potential expulsion for a back block. It did not happen, but I have a feeling that the refs are going to be watching these back blocks very carefully. So if the jammer strikes back too many times, Austin, then we might be having an expulsion. What would an expulsion be called in Star Wars terms? Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is your lead jammer for Circle City. Ooh, beautiful! There was just untouched coming through for 4 points for Circle City. If Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom can score 4 more points here, it's going to bring them within 10 points of South Shore. Looks like a star pass may have happened. Wild Child has the star. There was an attempted star pass, but Wild Child still has the star, is going to the box as the jammer. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom, after scoring 4 more points, has called the jam, bringing the score to 42, my favorite number, the answer to life, the universe, and absolutely everything. And South Shore at 49, so this is now a 7-point game. Shout out to Southern Comfort from Aunt Wee Wee. Good job, Southern Comfort. You're getting shout outs all over the place in the chat. Ginger Dodgers on the line for Circle City. Wild Child is going to be in the box starting this next jam. And we have another official timeout. These officials sure are chatty today. Ogre's been doing a good job, though, of coming over and telling me what they're talking about. So that is mucho appreciated. For those just joining us for the first time, today is the first day that we have got penalty tracking on our screen. So as the jam is happening, you will notice who is getting penalties and what those penalties are for. And if you need me to tell you where anybody's at with penalties, I just have to click a button and I can tell you. An expulsion could be a termination. Do terminations happen in Star Wars? What's it called when you go to the scrap heap in Star Wars? Or when you get squished by the thing. Don't they get squished by a thing? The trash compactor? They get sent to the trash compactor. Or is that too Doctor Who? Ooh, a Doctor Who roller derby bout would be really fun. What's what? Point clarification. That timeout was point clarification. So I think we're good now. Woo! Ginger Dodgers on the inside line, grabbing lead jammer for Circle City. Wild Child sitting in the box, so Ginger Dodgers has got a few seconds here left in this power jam to try and cut into that South Shore lead. Ginger Dodgers working her way through the pack. Circle City blocker being sent to the penalty box. Wild Child coming back out. Ginger Dodgers hopping on the outside line to grab 4 points for Circle City. That power jam is now over as Wild Child is back in being held back by Battison, who's forcing her to the outside. Ginger Dodgers is on her second scoring pass within 3 points of South Shore with 8 minutes left in this period. Wildchild is now through on her initial. No points scored, though. Ginger Dodgers is still stuck in the pack as the pack moves towards turn 3, sees Wildchild coming and decides to call the jam. Anna is asking what was the last game's score? Circle City had 243 to South Shore's 49. That is the score from the last game. Yeah, that is right, Sirius. That is right. Ooh, ejection of the Jedi is Austin's suggestion for an expulsion. G.I. Jane jamming for South Shore, and Atomic Blonde is out of the pack. G.I. Jane is lead jammer, but stuck in the pack. I think got out and then got swallowed. So Atomic Blonde coming in on a scoring pass, not lead jammer, getting hit to the outside and pulled back by Tinosaurus Rex. G.I. Jane is now out of the pack. Everyone is trying to let G.I. Jane know to call it, but she is very focused right now, and I don't think she's going to do that just yet. Woo! Beautiful sailing through that pack. And she was like, I knew I didn't want to call it, and this is why, because I just grabbed myself 4 points right there. Atomic Blonde in the pack on a scoring pass. The pack is getting all jumbled up here. G.I. Jane is stuck. Atomic Blonde is stuck. The packs are now blended together, and Atomic Blonde is out of the pack. So is G.I. Jane. Both jammers having scored 4 more points. G.I. Jane looks at her bench and decides to call it, keeping this game within 3 points of each other. 6 minutes left in the first half. Baba Yaga is going to be jamming for South Shore for the first time tonight, and she is lining up against Half Pint of Dynamite, who is going to be jamming for Circle City. Great offense there, provided by Flipper for Half Pint of Dynamite, who is lead jammer but was forced to recycle back. Baba Yaga is still in the pack, takes a huge, all right, that was Half Pint of Dynamite taking a huge hit, going up on 1 foot to try and stay in bounds. Getting pulled back there. Little toe stop work from Half Pint of Dynamite to get out of the pack. She's still on her initial. Baba Yaga is pushing up on her toe stops, trying to get past Circle City, and she is also out. Half Pint sailing through to grab 4 points for Circle City and to take the lead. This is a lead change. Circle City now ahead by 1 point. Southern Comfort on the line for South Shore. Bibbidi bobbidi boom for Circle City. With only 5 minutes left in the first half, this is anybody's game. This is going to be a close one, I think. These teams are very evenly matched. This has been just so fun to watch. All right, both jammers trying to go to the outside, not finding any space. Bibbidi looking in the inside and is able to get through for lead jammer for Circle City. Southern Comfort is out but is being sent to the box on a track cut. Power jam for Circle City, and Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom, who is through for 4 points for Circle City. So Circle City is going to work on extending this lead that they have just gotten the lead for the first time in this game, as Southern Comfort is sitting in the penalty box. We have friendships forming in the chat, or people who are already friends saying hello. I love to see all the friendliness in the chat. Bibbidi Bobbidi through for another 4 points. for a total of 8. Southern Comfort is now standing, so 10 seconds left in Southern's penalty as Bibbidi has engaged the pack again, looking for some offensive help from Half Pint and Battison. Southern Comfort is back in. She is coming, but she will still be on her initial. She is not in scoring position. Boom coming around to grab another 4 points, bringing that total to 12. Southern is in the pack right now, trying to find some space. Bibbidi coming around on another scoring pass. Southern is out. Bibbidi is also through, looking at her coach and decides to call the jam, but not before scoring 16 points for Circle City, really, really extending that lead. Anna, the score for the last game was 49 or 47 for South Shore and 243, I think, for 243 to 49, Circle City, South Shore. Ginger Dodgers on the line for Circle City, and Tinosaurus Rex for South Shore. Austin Moore with a donation. Thanks for keeping things punny. DDN, may the force be with you, and also with you, Austin Moore. Thank you so much for your super chat. We appreciate your support to keep our stream running and to keep us going with all the good jokes on Derby Date Night. Tinosaurus Rex with lead jammer for South Shore. They are not wanting to give up this lead so easily. Ginger Dodgers also out. Tinosaurus Rex sailing through the pack to grab 4 points. Looking at her bench, they say keep going. So Ginger Dodgers is going to get the opportunity to score some more points for Circle City. Tinosaurus Rex sailing through the pack again for another 4 points for South Shore. Ginger Dodgers is out for another 4 herself. South Shore outscoring Circle City here by 4 points, grabbing another 4 points and calling the jam. Beautiful work there by Tinosaurus Rex and South Shore with only 2 minutes left in this first half. 78 to 69. That's 11 points, right, Sirius? Math is hard for me. We know this. I like it when the second number matches. Makes it a lot easier. I love all the blue hearts in the chat for South Shore. A little teaser for South Shore. We are trying to work out the details to come your way in June. So we might be making the trip. That would be our longest trip we've ever made. If we can make it out to South Shore in June, we would love to be there and be able to see you in your own home space. The only reason this is possible is because of these donations that we've been getting in the chat, and being able to travel now and being able to, pay for a hotel to stay for a night has allowed us to do a little bit more traveling planning. And so we just appreciate all of you for your super chats and helping us out with our stream and helping keep us going. Oh, Michelle corrected me. It's 9 points. I don't know where I was coming up with that. Thank you, Michelle. Look, I'm not hired to do math. I'm actually not hired at all. I just do this because I'm married to Sirius. So that also means I can't be fired, though, I think. I have job security. Oh, lead jammer going to Battison from Circle City. H-Face Killa is jamming for South Shore, is about half a track behind Battison as she comes in with 1:40 left in this half. Battison is through for 4 points and will not allow H-Face Killa to score any points. Michelle says, heck yeah, come up here and skate. We'd love to have you. Oh, Michelle, I don't know if you're going to see me on skates again, but I will definitely announce. Thank you so much, Ogre. He just let me know that was White's official review as a timeout, which he shrugged about, and now I'm seeing why, because they still have 2 more timeouts. And your timeouts reset after the half. So I don't know why they would use the official review. Anyway, lead going to Half Pint of Dynamite. G.I. Jane is jamming for South Shore. Half Pint getting through for 4 points for Circle City. South Shore trying to find her way through. G.I. Jane is reaching for her helmet, might be taking the star off to pass to the pivot. Half Pint flying through to grab 4 more points for Circle City. I think I saw a little smile as she was coming around the corner. And entering the pack again on another scoring pass. She avoids a hit from Killer Tofu to get through for another 4 points. The star has been passed to Southern Comfort, who will now be jamming for South Shore with 8 seconds left in the period. I have a feeling this jam is going to take us to the end of the first half. Penalty being called on Southern Comfort, who will be going to the box. Period time has ended, so this will be the end of the first half, but not the end of the jam. Half Pint still looking for some help from her offense, who are opening up the inside line so she can get through for another 4 points, bringing them over the 100 mark with a 20-point jam there for Half Pint of Dynamite and Circle City. So we had such a close bout that whole first half, and Circle City has just taken these last few jams to really do some damage and take a decisive lead. Okay, Melody's correcting me here. Timeouts don't reset at the half. Official reviews are the only things that reset. Okay, I should probably know that, having skated for as many years as I have, but thanks. I appreciate having my official third wheel in the chat. Using the official review was a good call for clock management. Yeah, that would make sense if the timeouts don't reset using their official review, because they're about to lose it. So, and then they'll get it back again. So I take back my criticism. I was wrong, and I am willing to admit that. Unlike Sirius, who doesn't usually like to tell me when I'm right. We all know that. That's happened before on this stream. Anyway, it's halftime. I'm going to stop talking because Sirius is glaring at me. We'll be back for the last half of our third game of Derby tonight. We are appreciating having you all here in the chat, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, May the 4th be with you edition. You are joining us for the last of our 3 games we are streaming tonight. This is the second half of Circle City's Party Crashers versus the South Shore Derailers. That score on the screen is a little bit deceptive because it looks like Circle City is way ahead, and they are, but also Circle City was behind for almost the majority of the first half. This has been a back and forth game between South Shore and Circle City and could be anybody's game. Now, something I want to explain before we get started is that aside from the fact that my space buns were just in the camera shot, so I just sat down because Sirius told me to get my, no, look, these are my space buns. Can you see them? Aren't they cute? Okay, anyway. I gotta explain to you why the South Shore pivot and jammer are both in the box. So the jammer went to the box at the end of the first half because of an illegal star pass. They passed the star, but then the pivot, who thought they passed the star illegally, they were out of bounds. The pivot took the star and then they left the pack. Because the pivot could not return quickly to undo the illegal star pass, the jammer received a penalty. The pivot was then halfway around the track, received a penalty for being out of play, and skated forwards to rejoin the pack. Because when you are out of play in the front, you have to return by going backwards to the front. That is why the pivot also received a penalty. So hopefully that made sense to you guys, but that is why they were both in the box at the beginning of this jam, which Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom has taken the lead of. G.I. Jane is jamming for South Shore and is out. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is on a scoring pass, a second scoring pass here, as G.I. Jane is running around the track. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom calls the jam after scoring 8 points for Circle City. Baba Yaga on the line for South Shore and Ginger Dodgers for Circle City. Ginger Dodgers trying to find some space on the inside is not successful. And looks like Ginger Dodgers is out as lead jammer for Circle City. Baba Yaga stepping over a Circle City blocker to get out of the pack as well. About half a pack behind Ginger Dodgers. And Ginger Dodgers calls the jam. No points scored by either team on that one. Atomic Blonde lining up for Circle City and Wild Child for South Shore. Penalty box is currently empty. We've got a full complement of blockers out there. No pack being called, so somebody's going to have to bridge there. Atomic Blonde out of the pack and will be lead jammer for Circle City Roller Derby. Wild Child looking for space on the inside, sweeping to the outside to stay in bounds and get out. Atomic Blonde currently on a scoring pass, was getting recycled there by Hardcore Candy and decided to call the jam before South Shore could score any points. Looks like Circle City also didn't get any points, so that is 2 0-point jams for both teams in a row. Southern Comfort is on the line for South Shore and half pint of dynamite for Circle City. Thanks for those of you who have stuck with us in the chat, who are here all the way till the end of the night. It is 9 o'clock, which is past my bedtime, and these skaters are still going strong. Half Pint of Dynamite is lead jammer, smiling at the crowd as she comes around turn 3. Southern Comfort is now out of the pack and racing around to try and catch up with Half Pint of Dynamite, who has now scored 4 points for Circle City and calls the jam after scoring 4 points for Circle City. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is on the line for Circle City, and G.I. Jane is right next to her. This is interesting. They're both way on the outside of the track. Right now, that inside line is completely open. If I was a jammer, I would be looking at that inside line, but also knowing it's a trap, which is from Star Wars. Look, a Star Wars joke. I made one myself. This is the loopy portion of Derby Date Night. G.I. Jane is your lead jammer. Great opportunity here for South Shore, but Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom also got out and is about half a track behind. As both these jammers approach the pack, looks like both Bibbidi was getting pulled back there, decides to call the jam. G.I. Jane decides to call the jam. Got 3 points to Circle City's 4 points. Ginger Dodgers on the line up against Baba Yaga from South Shore. I really like saying Baba Yaga. It's fun. We've got competing hearts in the chat. We got some Circle City hearts. We got some South Shore hearts. I just do a red heart for all of you because I love you all. You're wonderful. We appreciate all of you third wheels. Ginger Dodgers getting hit to the outside and forced to recycle there by Wild Child. No, not Wild Child. That was Hardcore Candy. Baba Yaga taking a tumble to the outside. Ginger Dodgers trying to weave from side to side. Finding space. Ooh, tiptoes on the inside. No track cut called. Ginger Dodgers is through as lead jammer for Circle City. Star has been passed. No, Star was passed and then given back to Wild Child, and now Baba Yaga has it again. Looks like maybe an illegal Star pass. Baba Yaga is now out, but is about half a track behind Ginger Dodgers, who's currently on a scoring pass. Ginger calls the jam. Oh, Lynn, I love, Lynn did a blue and a green for both teams. I love that. Go sports. That's what I like to say. I just like good, hard roller derby that is challenging and fun for everyone. Southern Comfort on the line for South Shore and Atomic Blonde for Circle City. Southern Comfort being held by Fierce there, but gets out and will be lead jammer for South Shore. Star has been passed to Fierce, who is now the jammer for Circle City. Southern Comfort on a scoring pass right now, trying to make her way through this pack, looking for some offensive help, getting some help from H-Face Killa, who helps her get through. Fierce is also able to get through. These two jammers are going to race, but the jam is called, and we will be starting another one in just a minute. Half Pint of Dynamite lining up for Circle City, and G.I. Jane for South Shore. Ooh, a beautiful little, I love the apex jumps on the straights, which is what Half Pint of Dynamite just did, just hopping through there. G.I. Jane getting pushed to the inside. Half Pint of Dynamite noticing some space on the inside, just sails right through to grab 4 more points for Circle City. G.I. Jane and, who is that? Dex Bomb doing a little bit of a plank around each other to be safe, as Half Pint of Dynamite comes out of the pack with another 4 points scored. G.I. Jane is now out of the pack. Half Pint of Dynamite hopping along the inside, outside, decides to call the jam. scoring a total of 9 points for Circle City in that jam. Wild Child lining up against Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom. We've seen these two jammers quite a bit tonight. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom will be your lead jammer for Circle City. Wild Child is out right behind her and racing to try and get her to call this jam before she reaches the pack. Bibbidi is not going to. I think they both got some points there. 1 point for South Shore and 1 point for Circle City, it looks like. Ginger Dodgers lining up for Circle City and Southern Comfort for South Shore. 20 minutes left in this game. Southern Comfort just kind of sweeping from side to side. Ginger Dodgers trying to get up on her toe stops and get through. Ginger Dodgers hears a no pack and spins around. A South Shore blocker to grab lead jammer status for Circle City. Southern Comfort still working her way through. She does get a penalty for a track cut, so this will be a power jam for Circle City. Ginger Dodgers on a scoring pass right now is engaged in the pack and just jumps ahead there to grab 4 points for Circle City. We have a pretty full penalty box at this point. So not very many skaters out there on the track. Ginger Dodgers trying to pull everybody apart, trying to get through. Decides to call the jam to freeze Southern Comfort in the penalty box. She is standing though, so she will be in there for less than 10 seconds. But we will start this next jam as a power jam for Circle City. The whistle blew and no one moved, and I think Ogre was like, the jam is on, so everybody started moving. Southern Comfort is out of the box now. Atomic Blonde is through for lead jammer. Southern Comfort trying to weave her way through the pack, getting pushed to the outside. Battison is forcing her to recycle there. Atomic Blonde coming through on her first scoring pass. Sweeping to the outside, taking a hit from Tinosaurus Rex, who's going to force her back. As Southern Comfort, still on her initial, is trying to pull that pack out to the front. No pack is called. Big hit from Fierce, pushing Southern Comfort to the outside. Fierce is going to pull her almost all the way back. Atomic Blonde struggling to get through this pack, taking a hit to the outside. Southern Comfort still on her initial. That jam is called with 3 more points for Circle City. Baba Yaga and Half Pint of Dynamite. Baba Yaga is lead jammer for Circle City. And she is through for 4 points for Circle City. Baba Yaga struggling at the back of the pack here. Half Pint coming around on her second scoring pass, a star pass has been made to G.I. Jane, who will now be the jammer for South Shore, and the jam will be called after Circle City scores 8 points. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom on the line, up against Wild Child, giving each other a fist bump. That is an official timeout, which means it might be time for some jokes. You all know what an official timeout means. It means it's time for some jokes. Okay, this is a if you're a Star Wars fan, you're going to get this joke because I'm not sure that I do. What was General Grievous's favorite band? Weezer? Oh, he wheezes? Sirius is giving I can't do the wheezing noise that you're doing. Does R2D2 have any brothers? Nope, only transistors. Transistors. An electronic. What do you call an eel that loves the new Star Wars trilogy? A moray eel. I don't know if I get that one either. Okay, knock-knock jokes instead. Let's do that. Knock-knock. Who's there? Kylo. Kylo who? Kylo. Kylo. It's off to school I go. I don't know. I don't make these jokes up. I know. Knock, knock. Who's there? Vader. Vader who? Vader minute while I tell you this joke. Okay, maybe we should stop with the knock, knock jokes. What do you call it when only one Star Wars character gives you a round of applause? A hand solo. Okay, let's find out what that official review was about.
That one started as a scoreboard problem. It didn't stop when it was supposed to, so we had to fix the time. Then a ref dropped their water bottle and spilled water all over the inside, so we had to dry it up.
Okay, so that was a double official timeout. It started as a scoreboard problem because the scoreboard didn't stop, so they had to reset the time. Then a ref dropped their water bottle, so it became a cleanup. So that official review was brought to you by difficulties. Problems. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for Circle City and Wild Child for South Shore Roller Derby. Wild Child is lead. However, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is out and ahead of Wild Child. The bench telling Wild Child to call it, so this jam will be 0 points, a 0-0 jam. With 15 minutes left in this half, we are halfway through the second half. Ginger Dodgers lining up for Circle City and G.I. Jane for South Shore. I don't know why I keep pausing before I say South Shore. It's like I can't remember that they are South Shore. I don't know why. I'm going to get this, especially if we get to do another one of your games, South Shore. I promise. I think maybe the fact that this is the 5th week in a row we've been doing derby games, my mouth and my brain are not connected anymore. G.I. Jane at the back of the pack trying to go side to side, takes a hit to the outside. Ginger Dodgers trying to break the pack apart in the front, is able to get out as lead jammer. Circle City is hit the 150 mark and is trying to increase that number as Ginger Dodgers comes around on her first scoring pass. G.I. Jane pushing their way through as well. Ginger Dodgers coming through the pack to grab 4 points. G.I. Jane is still on her initial. Ginger Dodgers coming around on a third scoring pass here. Star has been passed to Dex Bob-omb, who is now the jammer for South Shore. Ginger Dodgers still weaving through the pack here as Dex Bob-omb is coming to the pack. Ginger decides to call the jam, but not before Dex Bob-omb grabs 1 point for South Shore. Atomic Blonde lining up for Circle City, and Tinosaurus Rex on the line for South Shore. Oh wait, that's Battison. What happened to Atomic Blonde? I looked away for like 1 second. Okay, Battison is jamming, and one more blocker, and she is through for lead jammer for Circle City. Tinosaurus Rex trying to find some space and finds it on the outside, so she is out as well. Battison entering the pack on her first scoring pass, sailing through on the inside and calling the jam and giving a signal of woo after she does that. Official timeout being called by South Shore. I think they're using the official, oh wait, this is just a regular timeout. Oh, timeout, that means jokes. I keep forgetting. Oh, what do you call a pirate droid? R2D2. Which program do Jedi use to open PDF files? Adobe Wan Kenobi. How did they get between floors on the Death Star? In the elevator. Oh, come on, serious. These are funny. What Star Wars character travels around the world? Globy Wan Kenobi. These are getting bad again. Which Jedi became a rock star? Bon Jovi Wan Kenobi. I might have done that one, but it's still funny. What do you get if you mix a bounty hunter with a tropical fruit? You know the bounty hunter, his name is Boba Fett. But if you mix Boba Fett with a tropical fruit, he's a mango fett. I don't know why Sirius laughed at that one, but he did. Half Pint of Dynamite is lead jammer for Circle City. Wild Child jamming for South Shore, takes a hit to the outside, has that star off. Looks like she might be looking for a pivot to pass it to. The pivot is Baba Yaga for South Shore. The star has been passed to Baba Yaga. Half Pint of Dynamite on a scoring pass is through for 4 points and decides to call the jam before Baba Yaga can score any points. Another 4 points for Circle City. This has been so interesting because that first game, the first half, South Shore was ahead for almost the entire first half. Really just a low-scoring game. And this second half, Circle City is like a completely different team. They have just come out and been grabbing lead jammer after lead jammer, scoring points. So I don't know what strategy changed or what they're doing differently, but Circle City has really just come out to command this second half. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is jamming for Circle City. Dex Bob-omb is taking the star for South Shore. Usually Dex Bob-omb is pivoting. And look at that, Dex Bob-omb grabbing lead jammer. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is not too far behind though. I love that Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom always has such a great smile on her face as she comes around. Dex Bob-omb scoring, woo, sailing right through there for 4 points for South Shore. Bibbidi is having a little bit of trouble getting around these 3 South Shore blockers who are doing a great job holding her. But she is through. No, wait. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful work by, I think that was H-Face Killa, who was just hit her right at the very end there, and she was not able to stay in bounds. As Dex Bob-omb came around for another 4 points, for South Shore, Bibbidi is now out of the pack. Dex Bob-omb is through the pack again. Bibbidi is back in as well. Dex Bob-omb decides to call. South Shore outscoring Circle City in that one, 11 points to 4, bringing their total to 89. That was a great jam for South Shore there. As this game is winding down with only 10 minutes left, I know you're sad that we're about to be done with Derby Date Night for the weekend, but have no fear. We've got more Derby coming next weekend. We'll be right back here next Saturday night for Naptown's home opener. And then the next day on Sunday, we will be in Fort Wayne for their home opener. So you got one more weekend in May with Derby Date Night. Please join us next weekend. Ginger Dodgers and Wild Child are jamming for their respective teams right now. No lead jammer's been established as Ginger Dodgers is getting hit to the outside. Wild Child is grabbing lead jammer for South Shore. Wild Child is entering the pack on her first scoring pass, and she is through for 4 points for South Shore. What was I saying about South Shore having command in the first half? A star pass has been made. Serotonin is now the jammer for Circle City. Wild Child coming in the pack, sailing through the outside line and calling the jam, scoring 8 points to Circle City's 0 with that jam, 97. We have got a little bit more than 8 minutes left in this game. G.I. Jane on the line for South Shore. Atomic Blonde for Circle City. Atomic Blonde at the back of the pack, trying to hop back and forth. G.I. Jane trying to push her way through the pack at the front. Atomic Blonde thought about taking that star off, realized there is no lead jammer, and kept that star on, because you can't be lead if you take that star off. Atomic Blonde finding space is lead jammer for Circle City. G.I. Jane also out about half a track behind Atomic Blonde, who is approaching the pack right now. Track cut being called at the end of that jam on, it looks like the Circle City pivot. Looking at penalties right now, we have got with South Shore, who is that? Southern Comfort is sitting with 6 penalties right now, so if she gets one more penalty, she will be out of the game. And on the Circle City side, 444 Fierce also sitting with 6 penalties. So both of those players, if they receive one more penalty, they would no longer be able to be in the game. Other than that, nobody has really more than 3 penalties. So those are the only 2 that you want to be watching, Southern Comfort and Fierce. Those are the ones that are at a little bit at risk with high penalties right now. An official timeout has been called. That was a very quick one. We are going to get back to the Derby quickly here. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't. You can also find us on Facebook, where you can see my cute Princess Leia space buns that I made with my hair today.
That timeout was to make sure points got added, right?
That timeout was to make sure that points were added correctly. Wild Child is lead jammer for South Shore. Atomic Blonde is jamming for Circle City, still stuck in the pack right now. Wild Child sailing through the inside line. That was great for 4 points right there for South Shore. Atomic Blonde and the pivot for Circle City are out of the pack. They are skating together with the pivot, with the jammer in their hands, so you don't know who's going to be the jammer. Wild Child through for another 4 points. I don't even know who became the jammer for Circle City after that. Looks like Fierce did take that jammer hat. Wild Child calls the jam. Scores 16 points for South Shore in that jam. That's amazing. Great job, Wild Child, bringing their total to 113. This is actually a Circle City timeout. We're getting down to only 6 minutes left, which means we don't have much more time for our fun Star Wars puns and jokes. Where do Gungans store their fruit preserves? I don't know what a Gungan is, but it doesn't matter. They store them in Jar Jars. Oh, that was fun. Why was Darth Vader referred to as Lord Vader? Because, nope, I'm not saying the rest of that joke. It is inappropriate. Never mind. Sorry, you never get to hear the punchline. You can look it up on Google. What goes, ha 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 ha, ah, thump? An Imperial officer laughing at Darth Vader. It's not going to go well. What did Darth Vader say when he walked into a vegetarian restaurant? I find your lack of steak disturbing. All right, back to the Derby. Half Pint of Dynamite jamming for Circle City and Baba Yaga for South Shore. Ooh, 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 Half Pint is almost out, almost out. Oh, I think, okay, Half Pint got established as lead jammer, but then I think her skate might have been untied, so she just decided to call it. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom on the line for Circle City and G.I. Jane for South Shore. South Shore really is making a comeback here at the end of this game. They have just been scoring a lot in these past 5 minutes. Wonderful job. G.I. Jane getting pushed to the inside. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom trying to make it through the front, does so, and grabs lead jammer for Circle City. G.I. Jane taking a hit from Serotonin to the inside. Bibbidi entering the pack on her first scoring pass. G.I. Jane still trying to find some space as Bibbidi is being pulled back by Hardcore Candy. G.I. Jane is out of the pack now. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom still on that first scoring pass, is through for 4 points and decides to call the jam before G.I. Jane can make it through for any points. 4.5 minutes left in this game. Those of you in the chat, if you want to shout out one of your favorite skaters, if you saw them do something great, or if you want to shout out one of the teams and something that you've seen them do that is really wonderful, we like to take the end of the game to shout them out, especially as they watch this stream tomorrow on the replay. They can hear all the nice things that you had to say about them. So this is our shout out time at the end of the game. Ginger Dodgers jamming for Circle City and Wild Child for South Shore Roller Derby. And Wild Child is grabbing lead jammer status for South Shore Roller Derby. Coming around, Ginger Dodgers still struggling to find her way out of the pack. Wild Child coming around on her first scoring pass. Ginger Dodgers still stuck in the pack at the front. Wild Child getting slowed down, tiptoeing along the inside line. Taking a hit there from Flipper, who's going to slow her down a little bit. Ginger Dodgers is now out of the pack. Wild Child decides to call the jam after scoring 4 more points for South Shore. Gitsy Munster says, great game. I'm assuming that is great game for everyone. Thanks to both the teams for providing a great game for us. Battison lining up for Circle City against Baba Yaga from South Shore. No, Tinosaurus Rex. Timeout being called by Circle City. Megan says, such a joy watching Fierce and Half Pint as always. Megan, these skaters are amazing to me because they were in the juniors game earlier, and I feel like were they both in the first game too? Have they played 3 games today, both of them? That is just crazy to me. Let me look. Was Fierce in the last one? I know Half Pint was in all 3. These young skaters have so much stamina and endurance. Some bad A jammers on both sides. Let me look. Was Fierce in this one? Yeah, Fierce was in. No, wait, that's the IJRD roster. I've lost my rosters and my mind. Okay, Half Pint was in all 3, and Fierce was in the first game and the third game. Thanks, Juke. Are you back at home now? You were just here. These juniors are just aging up to adults, and they have so much endurance and energy. If you have a chance to watch that junior game from earlier, it was a great competitive game all the way through. So it will be available for you to watch. I think it's already available if you want to watch that. Battison is lead jammer for Circle City, followed about half a track behind by Baba Yaga. Lynn says, good job, everyone. Good one, Lynn. I love it. Battison has grabbed 4 points and calls the jam. 2.5 minutes left in this game. Good. I hope your leg is also elevated, Juke. It's icing and I hope elevated as well. It was great to see you earlier on the bench coach for Circle City. Team timeout being called by South Shore. This will be their last timeout they have available. Both teams out of timeouts, but each team does still have 1 official review left if they choose to use it. Victoria says, great game. Shout out to Lauren. Oh, I think this might be one of our last timeouts, so let's see how we can finish off these jokes. What was the name of Darth Vader's sister? Elevator. I don't know. Okay, sure. What did Darth Vader's teacher say when he was disrupting her class? Sit down and be quiet. Let's see. Why did Princess Leia date so many guys before she found Han? She was looking for love in Alderaan places. Oh. Who does Princess Leia's hair? Darth Braider. Okay, with that, we might be done with the jokes. Beef Juki, shout out to Killdeer for being back for her first game and for their first game in almost a year. Yes, I've loved seeing Killdeer back out again. First game back after being out for so long. Always great to see skaters coming back after an absence. Half Pint is your lead jammer for Circle City, followed closely by G.I. Jane. Lynn says, sit down. G.I. Jane is through for 4 points. Half Pint following for 4 points of their own. G.I. Jane coming through again for another 4 points for South Shore. Half Pint trying to tiptoe through that inside line. Ooh, so close. Takes a great hit from Killer Tofu and has to reset at the back of the pack. Half Pint of Dynamite entering the pack again on another scoring pass. We've got 1.5 minutes left in this game. G.I. Jane having scored 12 points to Half Pint of Dynamite's 8. G.I. Jane, okay, 12-8 with that one. South Shore to Circle City, 129 to 187 with 1 minute left in this game. This could be the last jam of the game. What a fun game. What a fun set of games today here in this really hot arena. Props to the skaters who are doing this in full gear, knee pads and elbow pads and helmets. They've got to be hot. Circle City lining up on the sidelines to root on their teammates in what might be the last jam of the night. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is lead jammer. Wild Child jamming for South Shore. Finds some space. Is about half a track behind Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom with 30 seconds left in this half. No, period. Game. One of those. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom calls it with 23 seconds left. If no one calls a timeout, this will be the last jam of the game. Official review has been called, which will be used as a timeout by South Shore, which means we will have one more jam in this game. So after this timeout, your skaters will be lining up for one last time tonight. As we finish up this Derby date night, I just want to give a big shout out to all of our friends who sent super chats today. We are so appreciative to everyone for helping contribute. So shout outs to Austin Moore, Scooby Ray, Simon, Angel, Scooby again, and Rogue, who have all contributed to us at Derby Date Night. We are so appreciative of all of you, our third wheels. Thank you for your support, and look out for memberships coming soon once I learn how to make emojis. Or hire somebody to do it. I don't know. I don't think I actually have the skills, but of course, I'm overconfident, so I think I can do pretty much anything, but I don't think I know how to make emojis. G.I. Jane on the... Sirius disagreeing. He's like, I don't think you do either. Knowledge isn't required. Google is. G.I. Jane and Battison on the line for their respective teams as we start this last jam of the game. Jam time only as the period clock has run out. Battison is your lead jammer. She decides to call the jam. No points will be scored in that jam. Great job to both teams. Official score, Circle City Roller Derby 189 to South Shore Roller Derby 130. Thanks for joining us on this Derby date night. We love spending time with you, our third wheels, and having a great Derby date night filled with Derby. If you want to see more of this, tune in. Next week we will be live again Saturday night and on Sunday. So more Derby and more fun. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel and find us on Facebook so you know where we're going next. Thanks all. Have a great Saturday night, and may the 4th be with you.